humor for like 6 to 7 seasons, and now
Six or
we're
seven
live.
seasons? Yeah, well, you can keep talking though. So what happened?
SpongeBob, man. I'm always talking about SpongeBob. Apparently, I'm the SpongeBob guy. It was really really good in like some early seasons, and I can't remember the specific like season, but they changed like their jokes, and it made really gross, disgusting humor. Yeah, and now I hear
Did they
myself.
change the writers or something?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. And so like
Mm.
those are the seasons I don't. I think maybe it was season 6. I can't watch those episodes. Like they suck. But then they fixed it later, and so yeah. Anyways, I wasn't here to talk about SpongeBob, but I was here to
No,
get some.
you were
I'm
just
always
gonna.
just getting out my SpongeBob processing.
It's
My
the
daily
any train connects to connects to connect. Yeah.
yeah my
Somehow
daily
all roads lead
SpongeBob
to
processing.
SpongeBob with you, Dave.
All roads lead back to Tony Robbins. That's what I hear from this community, right?
That's what Dave and Jen say. Yeah.
Right.
But with you, it's SpongeBob.
Yeah, yeah. Social
Yeah.
types, the letters,
Mm-hmm.
the meaning of life, the absolute truth of life.
What is the absolute truth of life?
See, the absolute truth. That's easy. That's like there's like 24 hours in a day, right? And
Okay.
each hour of the day, you have to be there every 24 hours of the day, all the way up until you're not there. But then
That
you're
sounds
still,
tiring.
yeah, that's inspiring.
No, it sounds tiring. It sounds
Oh,
very tiring
it
to
does
be
sound
there
tiring.
24 hours a day, every hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even when you're here's a random question. Like even when you're asleep, you're like your TI is like still like working. And so like I've had like stressful times in the past where I felt like I was like thinking like the entire time. Like the entire 24 hours of the day. Like
Yeah.
it's like a I don't know how I explain it, but like
But it's savior state. It's not a big deal.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't yeah. Just thinking from the time you go to sleep, from the time you wake up, and you rinse and repeat.
Yeah. The processing while you're literally sleeping. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. That happens.
Yeah, like the thought train goes into sometimes even your dreams, sometimes not. But that was like when I was younger. I would just I didn't know how to like sleep at night. I know that sounds weird, but like I would kept thinking, just like the internal monologue is really intense. So you keep thinking.
Do you have
And then
internal monologue? Like, or you have an internal monologue or dialogue? You think
yeah,
in language, or you think in abstract things, or what?
um, it's kind of a lot of different avenues of thinking. I feel like that's like it's not like one. It's like I could switch it from like okay now you're thinking like a third person view or now you're thinking just from your but yeah there's just a general inner monologue that like I can't get away from that like that's always there. It's always going. Yeah. Now
What
when
does
I'm like
that mean? What does that mean? The monologue. It means you're like talking externally, or you're talking internally, or what? It's language.
I'm yeah I'm in my head and I'm just
You're
processing
making
out.
sentences together.
Yeah or I'm having conversations
So
with
it's a
sometimes
dialogue.
yeah. Just
Okay.
like yeah, it's like a sometimes you gotta talk to the moon. That makes
The moon.
yeah. You gotta like look at the moon and I know it's so weird.
Hmm.
The moon.
Nico's back. What's up, Nico? Nice mustache.
Got mustache, man.
Yo.
How you doing?
Oh, I
Yo.
did join. Okay, cool. I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing okay. Yeah. We're okay. So we got a question. You can join the stream again. It was nice to have you last time. You left, I guess, because the topic was not something you were proficient in, but you're welcome to come back.
Wait, what
Do you
was
ever
this?
start?
Imagining your thoughts and drift into dreams.
Yeah.
Wait.
I was trying to like say that earlier. Like when I was really young, I would just keep thinking and thinking and thinking all the way until I would fall asleep, and then I'd realize like in those dreams I was still like creating the same arguments with the people in my dreams. I was still arguing the same things.
What does imagining your thoughts mean? I don't even know what that means. Imagining your thoughts.
Is it Is it imaging or imagining? I can't. Is that
It
word
says
image?
imagining, but maybe she means imaging. Imaging doesn't make sense though.
Like, yeah, like it's like a visual thing. It's like if you're visualizing your thoughts. Yeah, which like that's also part of it.
No,
But
you were great at talking, and you had a very sweet voice. You should have leave the voice changer off.
oh right, yeah, I remember. I was doing I was cleaning the house.
Visualizing. Okay, yeah. Do you visualize your thoughts?
I do, yeah.
Hmm.
Mm.
It's well, is this a question for me to answer, or is this like a general thing?
Well, they asked it before you even
Or
joined
is
the
it like
but
oh
That's,
yeah. Like no, I meant to say like was it directed at somebody or was it like just a general thing?
we were having a conversation before you joined about thinking, yeah,
Oh.
and
Oh,
inner
okay.
monologues and stuff like that. Yeah,
talking about Ti
Oh.
off the bat. Yep,
yeah.
going
Okay.
straight for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't get away from that stuff either.
Yeah, like, but
Sometimes.
do you like visualize it? Do you have the visualization part of it?
Think of like
Cool. I
sometimes it can be like me taking stuff apart, kind of like a mental AutoCAD. And other times it's like, oh yeah, no, there's an entire like universe in there. Well, a lot of times it's the latter.
yeah.
Hmm?
I can visualize stuff as like a tool, but that's not like the natural way thinking works from my perspective.
Yeah, for me,
Also, it's non-linguistic. Like I can do the monologue thing, like or the dialogue or whatever. I can turn it into words, but it's in its essence, it's not linguistic.
Sometimes for me, that's it's like that too.
Yeah.
Um,
yeah, I don't know
one
what like.
sec.
Yeah, I feel um like there's like a Jordan Peterson lecture, and he talked about what we're talking about, and
I'm sure he did. He talks about everything.
he's talking, he's talking about this context here. I know he talks about everything, but this context,
Yeah.
he's like, what I see is that like I'm extremely verbal, and I'm extremely like aggressive and just obsessive about things.
You're
Like
really
I
close to a type, actually. Like
right,
one coin off, yeah.
yeah. I would have more Ti than him, so it'd be like more. It's just like it's very verbal, but like you can visualize things. It's just most of the time you're choosing not to. But like because like the visualizations will slow you down because it's like it's like more computing RAM for your mind. Your mind has to take up more like
Feels
processing
like
power.
feels like when you actually verbalize it, um, you're like trying to create some kind of layer, like some kind of grounding. When that's for me at least. Like
Mhm,
when I start verbalizing something, it's when I want to like solidify something and then be able to move to a different level. Does that make sense?
mhm.
I guess like the verbalizing is at the end of the thinking process.
Right. The verbalizing.
Yeah.
Sometimes like the verbalizing sorry, the verbalizing, it will take away from the visual part. So like if you talk too much, like to have the visuals, you kind of have to like shut up your mind. But for me,
Hmm.
it's hard. It's hard to shut up my mind because it just keeps going. And
Oh.
The
to
NE.
look at, yeah, right. It's just I feel like that's why it's so verbal, and it always has these linguistics, or it has like good like verbal fluency. I think that's how Jordan Peterson would put it, where like I don't like completely know what I'm saying, but I'm always saying something. I'm always having. I'm bad at explaining this. It's like how do I? It's that quote from
Verbalizing it.
like David Chalmers or the consciousness guy. He's like, consciousness is like there's nothing more like interpersonal or like romantic about consciousness, but there's nothing like harder to explain. And like I don't
Mm.
know how to explain what I'm doing inside my mind. I'm just doing it. But if I were to generalize, it'd be like you just have intense thoughts and you just keep thinking and you just keep arguing with someone or something or yourself in your head, and you can either make that into visuals, but visuals are more like For me, they're more like NF of it. They're more just like it's like visual like synesthesia, where you'll see these like certain colors or certain patterns, and then you like feel certain ways from them. Or
How
you,
does that help you think though? Patterns, visualizing patterns. Like when you're thinking, you're trying to solve something, you're trying to get to the bottom of something, you're trying to figure something out,
right.
or even
Oh man,
or even get
that's
to like a
hard to
decision.
explain.
Sometimes it's just to get to a decision. So like, how does visualizing fun patterns do? Like, I can see if you're like taking LSD or something and you want to see visualizing patterns and stuff. That's fun, but it's not thinking.
I don't need to take LSD. That happens to me.
Yeah.
Gosh. Well, I guess
I've never
we'll
taken it either.
David.
It's just a figure of
I
speech.
I guess while David processes, because I've been processing this for a long time, like months or more now, of like, okay, how do I contextualize my thoughts in a way that I can explain them on my typing video? Right? Everything leads back to the
Oh,
fucking
everything
typing
leads back to the
video.
typing video. You're still on that, right?
He's still on that train. He'll be off in like a month or two. He'll be on something
Yeah,
different.
yeah. I'll find, it'll be something different. It's always something.
It'll be the email response next 3 months.
Oh yeah, shit, yeah.
He didn't plan ahead,
Oh
did
boy.
he?
Oh no, I did. Oh, I did. I'm like, oh
Oh,
boy, what's he gonna say? How would I respond?
you're a
And
good planner.
all that. Oh no, I'm a terrible planner. That doesn't mean that it doesn't happen all the time, because it does. It's but anyways, that's it's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to describe the whole visualization, mentalization thought thing.
Mhm.
Sometimes, well, actually, all the time, um, I'll be thinking to myself. Very rarely will I like not have a monologue. Like there are times where I'm like, okay, it's time to live. I'm gonna try and
I
live in
believe
the
that.
moment, shut myself up, and so I just shut myself up. But like it's so hard to. It's so hard to like shut up my thoughts. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter if they're incoherent babblings or whatnot. They just they'll just they'll keep talking in there, and it's tangential with the visuals and with the realizations. It's like the best way I could describe it is you have this black hole, and
Oh,
then
but
you have black hole primordial void,
Prem,
and then you have what you might
it's
call it,
Prem.
how's it going?
Sherlock
You at work?
Holmes.
Yo,
You have like
I need to hear what Prem says. He's the smartest guy in town.
no, not yet. But how are you guys?
Not yet. What do you mean? You're planning on being? What does the yet mean?
How are you guys doing? I'm actually in my office, so I
Yeah,
thought
nice.
I'll just
That's a
quickly
nice
pop
window in
in.
your office. I never seen your office
Oh,
before.
dude, how can I reverse
I've
that?
I've never met you. How are you?
I'm doing
Wow,
amazing. What about you?
what a nice
I've
office.
been good. I've been
Yeah. Oh,
chilling.
this is like a big office. Okay, this is like a community office. Okay.
Very open.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. The community office.
I'm glad you've been doing well.
Do all those like windows like get annoying? I know you have like shaders for them, but like the
Dude,
sunlight.
yeah, it does get annoying. But I find the entire Canadian weather annoying. So, I mean, a couple windows wouldn't like
Man, you come a
change
long way. So you got a master's degree now. You got a job
the job
now.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prem's doing what I want to do. Prem's like he's like the next levels up.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
wait, who are you, David? Like, are you in the OP community or like, what's the story?
Who am I? That's a good question. I'm a decider. How about that?
He's a INTP.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Hey, it
so
doesn't matter, man.
he's got less
Let me-
NE than you, but
Let me show you the INTP baldness. There we go.
That's the genius, mad
He's an
scientist,
egghead.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is
So
a
smart.
scientific
Hair falls out
entity.
of our brain.
So what's up,
Well,
Prem? What have you been thinking about? What have you been processing recently?
Dude, nothing. there are like two parts of myself, and this is the deepest I'll ever go. I promise. But there's just two parts of myself I'm just being aware of. This one part is just like normal fucking human part, craving love, craving attention, finding strategies, how to get it, how to get resources, how to get promotion, how to like all that stuff. Like you want
Right.
something from the world, right? That's like ego stuff.
Yeah.
And then the other stuff is you're just like, you know what, fuck all this. I just want to like be love, Like how do I not kind of
Mm.
like uh, um, try to obtain something I don't have from the world, like fill the
Yeah.
void, you might say, but rather how can I be the thing that could fill other people's void? Is another thing. So it's just these two
Yeah.
stuff, just kind of like living life with these two perspectives in mind. That's about it.
Yeah, I was processing that this week with somebody too. That
Yeah.
so like all desire comes from a perceived lack. You can create positive desires, so desires for something, or negative desires as well, or you can eliminate desires by eliminating the lack, or things like that. And then I was trying to look at the blasters, how the blasters are trying to manipulate people by creating desires in others, or things like that.
Now it. Yeah.
So like it sounds like what you're talking about is like how do you create a desire in another person, or how do you get them to desire?
Not like that. It's more like the desire is almost kind of like capitalize on like an emotional void inside you, right? That's what basically what a desire is. Like you have an
Whatever
emotional
void.
void.
Any
Yeah,
void,
whatever.
It's one of the voids. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Emotional
whatever
desire.
void. But ultimately, the void itself is something you can fill yourself as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's just that how can I fill my own void? It's just like how can I be loving rather than try to like find love. But I'm saying all this great shit, but in real life, I'm just trying to like, oh, if I do this, probably like she would notice me more like this, stuff like that,
Yeah.
But
I
then
mean,
rather than that,
we inherently have voids. Like you can't fill every void. Like as humans, we have lacks. We have needs and voids that we need filled. And social connection is the void. Like you can, go in solitary confinement and fill it on your own, but definitely social connection is something that is healthy.
No, 100%. I don't think there's like good or bad in either side. Yeah, I'm just trying to like live with this both very contrasting perspectives. And sometimes I allow myself to like be that human self, and sometimes I allow myself to be like, oh, maybe I should not try and like depend on the other person that much. But maybe it's like the DI over DE that's talking. So.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it. That's all.
What do you think about that, David?
I'm unsure. I have a question for Prem.
Yeah.
What are you thinking of? Okay, sorry. Let me just take a second. What is your perspective on humans, and do you see humans as all?
What?
Sorry.
It's like a talking to an agent.
Benjamin, my timing is so off. Okay, I know my timing is bad. All right.
Yeah.
No, go for it. I'm just laughing at the question. What is your thoughts on humans? Like, as if we're all aliens here.
We're talking
David, the scientific alien.
I mean,
No, go for it.
He's truly the biggest observer out of all of us.
Here,
Yeah, go for it.
Do you think humans are inherently broken? That's kind of the question.
Bruh.
I feel the word broken itself is a comparative term, like broken compared to what? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what is fixed really? Like, in the sense that, I thought I was broken for the longest time. And of course, you change yourself, studied OPS, blah, 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 get a good job, whatever, right? But it's such a relative term, fixed, broken, and stuff like that. But if you just remove that comparative nature in that question, it's like, are humans but I do understand what you're asking though. Like everyone feels fucked.
Like,
and it's
broken
just like,
is not the right word, but
yeah. No. Yeah, I do understand. It's like everyone feels fucked, but is it my fault that I feel this way the way I do, right?
Yeah,
Is it because of my inherent lack or my inherent something that I cannot change? Is that the reason behind me feeling so shit about life and something that should make someone else happy, but it doesn't make me happy anymore?
Yeah.
Right? That's basically what you're asking.
Yeah, it's like, is there something wrong with us, the human? Is there something like there's all voids that we have to fill?
I feel
But,
that's like a feature, not a bug.
What'd you
I
say?
Yeah,
I
like
feel
that.
that's a feature, not a bug.
Oh, you said that. Yeah, good. Yeah. Right, I
So
remember.
Yeah.
I completely agree with you that what people feel this way, and you inherently have a lack, and you think it's my fucking fault, and maybe I should change myself, become more social, be more smarter, whatever, right? I see that happens. Everyone, I feel that as well, but I don't think that's uh, a bug. I don't think there's a fault in the system. I think that is how the system operates.
Right.
Because
Yeah,
imagine
because
being
it's
perfect, right? Like boring as perfect.
because you need a form of duality in the sense of there needs to be parts of good and there needs to be parts of bad or
And
good or broken or whatnot. And you're able to grow through the broken or realize that the broken isn't actually broken, it's just another side of you or holistic humans. And it's like then once you've done that, that's well, either way it goes, it's a big part of the hero's journey.
And a
In that,
beautiful example I can give. Oh, sorry, go on. Go on.
no, you're good. You're good.
No, I feel like a beautiful example I can give is just like in video games. No video game would be fun if you win the first time. You gotta lose, but you gotta lose in a way where your loss doesn't matter that much. That's basically what a video game. So basically, like it's fake failure. You know what I mean? But a
Mhm.
video game wouldn't be fun until and unless you have a challenging monster where you don't die. The only problem is in real life you have real consequences that you don't have like a save point, checkpoint, retry the same level again. You don't have that option, which is why it feels different. But the same
Yeah.
mechanism everyone craves. No one likes being like the strongest character from the get go. They want to level up.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And
Yeah.
there's like
I
a
like your gaming analogies. They're great.
and there's like
The
a
Dr.
joy in leveling up. Like
Yeah. Yeah. I know. Yeah. It's the Dr. K speak. He's always using the same analogies. Yeah. I'm sorry.
uh,
You're both really great people.
no, it's probably like the same type as me as well. So
He's the same type. He's the same type. I
probably.
have a question. I watched one of your videos and I thought it was really great. It was about
Uh,
like it's about like any it's like a you're talking about sleep last where sleep last is like
yeah,
realizing like you're realizing something. You're like we can
yeah.
understand something as NE, like we can understand it, but we can't get to like the next point is like to actually realize that about ourselves. So
Mm.
I mean, I'm sure you agree with that, but like, what is something that you recently have realized about yourself or life that you understood it, but now you realized it?
Um, uh, I feel like in like a very high level. Like right now, I'm looking at this earphones called like a Bose open earphones, right? Whatever. It's like $400 approx, 400 Canadian dollars approx. And I know that I want it really bad right now, but I know that once I get it, 2 days later, I won't give a fuck about it. And I know that for a fact because I got my phone is that way. I got like an Aura ring, which was like fucking 600 or whatever dollars, right? And I saw all these fucking podcast people like Tom Bellew, Chris Williams, all these people, they have a Aura ring, right? Tracking fitness and all like this productivity people. I thought, you know what, I must fucking get it. I got it, looks good, I like it. I check the app and it says my sleep sucks. I'm like, I can feel it. I didn't sleep fucking 6 hours. Of course, my sleep is gonna suck. It's not like new information for me. And I'm like, 2 days later, I don't give a fuck. And I feel like most of my joy is coming from like anticipation of wanting something. But the moment I get it, I feel like it doesn't matter that much. I know this concept. I've read it a lot, even in Man's Search for Meaning they have it. But for me, I'm just gathering the sensory examples for me to like personally track that, oh, I got an aura ring. I'm just like, I'm like doing the same bullshit I'm doing, but I'm just a little bit mindful of it. It's just like, oh, I'm going to get this aura ring. I'm just going to observe how I feel about it like a couple days later. I don't feel that much, you know? And I had like some really strong desires behind some things, but once you get it, you feel like, mm, you know what I mean? So that's
The desire goes away once you fill the void. So once you fill the void, the desire's gone.
yeah, yeah, and but you won't get that high as well. Like the kind of high you would imagine you getting when you have it, you won't
But
have that high when you
you do
actually
get
do
it,
have it.
like as soon as the void gets filled, you do get it for a little bit.
Yeah, yeah,
Right. But then that high goes away because it dies off.
that's all.
Yeah. But I mean like the same thing, you have to be grateful because the same thing happens like if you lose something and you're grieving. So that also dies off, you can move on and live your life.
Yeah, yeah. There's something really interesting that your pleasure, right, is really like it's very hard to imagine. Like, I mean, you can imagine like pleasurable situations, but the pleasure like wanes away. But let's say like a horrible situation, like anything that causes pain, the intensity of the pain remains. You know what I mean? Like, let's say if I get my first car, I'll get a certain level of joy. My second car, something less. Third car, something less. Whatever. Probably my first car crash would hurt as much as my second car crash. Probably would hurt as same as the third car crash. You know what I mean? The pain would still remain constant. Like,
Mhm.
yeah.
You mean emotional pain from crashing your car and ruining your car?
Yeah, basically, yeah. Like the pain intensity will still be there. It wouldn't be like, oh,
Right.
I've experienced it several times, the pain is gonna be less. No.
Because like if you break your arm and then your leg, then like eventually it'll be very painful.
Yeah.
Like if it's a physical pain.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So, like,
Yeah.
yeah, makes sense. Good design.
Yeah.
Good design.
Yeah,
Not gonna-
building your SI experience. 'Cause
Yeah,
like
just like
something's
collecting
gonna
data
happen.
points,
There is
It
something
basically-
that I looked at, and that was Phantom Pain. It was from one of them YouTube short things, whatnot, But it's apparently a thing where you get your limb removed, but you can still feel like the agony of having that limb, even though it's gone.
Mhm.
And apparently, like there's a mirror trick that fixes it. Would that be like would that count as emotional pain? Because that pain also doesn't go away despite the traumatic event.
I don't
Or
think
is
it's
that
emotional, no.
it's not emotional, but is it like the same type of pain in the sense of not going away?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I stopped giving a fuck. I mean, semantics at that point. Something hurts, bucket pain.
Yeah. It's pain is pain.
Yeah.
How's golfing?
Well, I was just planning on doing it that one time.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it was
How was it though?
Oh, it was great. Yeah, I made a video about it already.
Yeah.
The best
Oh, cool.
part was taking off my shoes and walking on the really high quality grass. It just felt amazing.
High quality grass.
It blew my mind because I wasn't expecting that. I mean, this whole experience just really exceeded my expectations, but that was the best part because I don't go barefoot a lot because I have to keep my feet really, healthy for barefoot massage, like really pretty and soft. But the grass on the putting green, it's just so luscious and it really felt amazing. Yeah.
It is truly the simple pleasures, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And just being like getting out of my bubble and being in a really big open space, it felt like when you go to the hospital and you get an IV, like the perfectly balanced electrolytes. That's how it made me feel, like completely renewed.
Nice.
Nice.
Mhm.
So now you see what Russ is up to?
Yeah, I mean, I had been to that course before, but
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I just wanted to do anything different at all. But yeah, he just goes there and just, putts around for a little while.
Oh, we were before golf and all that, we were talking about thoughts and visualizations.
Mhm.
Before the one guy joined, I was still on that, but I wanted to hear like, what do you have an internal monologue, and do you visualize like what's going on there?
Yeah, I jumped on this one because you guys are talking about really interesting stuff. So I've had several thoughts.
Yeah. So sharing them. Let's hear.
Yeah, well, I do have internal monologue, and it is mostly verbal. I mean, it's words. It's very word heavy, and sometimes it's a dialogue, and a lot of times it's me split into a few different people talking to myself. I love the idea of talking to the moon. By the way, that's wonderful. Because sometimes it's good to just like imagine an audience. It helps, you
Right.
know.
Yeah.
And also, it does clarify. So, Ben, what you were saying is that your thoughts aren't really verbal, but then you start putting them into words to sort of finalize them and clarify
Right.
them. Is that what you were saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that I do that more from the beginning. So the words are messy, and then they keep changing and refining. But I think that's a good point. But I also wanted to mention the thing about not being able to stop thinking and the thoughts going and going. Um, this also relates to what you asked about knowing something but then realizing it. I really see that distinction all the time in my life. Like I know something, like yeah, and then there's a moment where I really realize it. And one of those
Wow.
things is about quieting the mind, knowing like, oh yeah, you should quiet your mind, you should, and I would try to
Right.
meditate, didn't work at all. But what I realized is that it's a practice, and it really helps if you do it even for just like 60 seconds, 1 minute each day to try, because you do get better and you can quiet your mind. And so the way that I do it is through audio. I listen to white noise, and that helps me to slow down my thoughts. And it's just this really valuable tool, because when I can't stop thinking and I'm sleeping at night, I just do that. I actually listen. I have headphones in my ears while I'm sleeping, like sleeping headphones. And so I just concentrate on that one thing. And it's just such a good skill to have, but you really have to practice it every day to get the hang of it. And then you can use it when you need it.
Yeah, I agree. Listening to something. Yeah, my sister she always needed a white noise sound maker. She still does.
Yeah.
So yeah. Talking about a lot of stuff. I gotta get to it. I was just randomly thinking. I was like, is there like a toothpick in your foot or something?
Is there
Talking
what?
about, is there a toothpick in your foot? I was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
You're talking about the grass. And I was like, a sharp thing hitting Annie's foot, and then like it just.
You watched the toothpick video? Yeah, that's all resolved. But there was a toothpick in my foot for over 20 years. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, that sucks. God
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah, it's all okay now.
So Annie, do you talk to the moon?
Yeah, I have before. All kinds of different things. Some imaginary, objects, or just any kind of target sometimes helps, but a lot of times it's me talking to myself. Oh, the other thing I'm really processing is somebody in the community turned me on to Jacqueline Novak. She's a comedian. And he said, hey, is this girl your type? And so I just took a deep dive. I just read her memoir in the last couple of days and watched her comedy show. And I think she really could be my exact type. And it was the only instance of so Rainn Wilson is my type twin, and he feels familiar, but I just like him. I don't get that cringe factor. But with this chick, I get like a huge cringe factor. And I like the things that I like about her, I like about myself, and the things that are really gross about her, I think are gross. And this hit me at a really weird time, because I'm so disgusted with myself lately. I'm just like so sick of my functions and my behaviors and my patterns. So it was really interesting for me to study her.
Yeah.
Oh. Has anybody made anybody else cringe before I talk about mine? I'm trying. Because okay, so
Interesting.
no, I'm gonna.
What do you think,
Okay,
Ben? Visually, do you get
Visually, yeah,
anything?
there might be a similarity. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's like in her stand-up mode, so she's more animated than I normally see you.
Well, and if you watch that, in her stand up is over the top animated, and
Yeah,
if she is play last, I'm like the whole time I'm looking at her, I'm thinking like, man, you are forcing this. And her
right.
interactions, her play, there's just something off about it. It's really forced, and her delivery's weird. And I see that in my videos too. Like in my head, it sounds really good, but I can't extrovert the delivery in a way that's natural. It's always kind of forced.
Seems natural. Seems natural a bit. Just from your
We don't
videos.
see it. You see it yourself more, I'm sure. Yeah,
Yeah, and you don't see me saying the line 3 times. Like, "Oh, I
right.
said that wrong."
We
And
see the
the thing is,
Right, right.
the first one's always the most natural. Like, I'll say, "Oh, I delivered that wrong," and I'll say it 3 more times. I always go with the first one.
Right. Yeah, I do the same similar. I realize that about myself too. Like the first time is like the best time, and then I don't want to. Yeah, like however I said it, I said it. There you go. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to maximize every hour in the day. You can't just repeat the hour.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I don't know. That's just a weird theory I've been on. You know, I'll get away from it in like a few months, but I don't know.
I'm
Wow.
Yeah. I know.
You know,
You're triggering my connection brain. I'm like there's a lot of like loaded energy behind it. Is what I'm trying to say.
I just I processed this whole like conversation and whatnot, and I still find myself hyperfixated on the first topic that I joined on, which is the thinking and visualizations. And
Hmm.
I'm sitting here listening to you guys branch out, and I'm just like, no, 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 please, let's just keep talking about the original. Like, let's just
yeah. Well,
stay on this, please.
when you have any in the conversation, that's what happens. They branch out and they keep going, and just gotta have to let go. You gotta let go. You're
It's
letting
like
go of that and I.
the
Yeah,
black hole brain,
Yeah.
man. It's
yeah.
Well,
uh
I'll throw something in the black hole. There's like
okay.
you can think in a lot of different kinds of visuals. Is that CJ?
Mm,
It looked like CJ.
okay. You did throw something into the black hole there.
I did.
It's yeah, in different kinds of visuals.
Yeah.
Um, it can be very similar because one of the things that I was trying to do in order to discover what the top function that I had was I was like, okay, why don't I run a thought experiment of exactly like what my imagination is getting down to the bottom of it because I knew I I I saw the theme of like, okay, my worst thing from my worst thing is my imagination, but that's the thing I'm obsessed with. So it's like my drug. My drug is essentially my black hole. So what I did was I went to examine exactly what this black hole was. And so essentially I tried to clear everything, like everything out, and just fixate on the what I call the primordial images,
Oh yeah.
and
Those things.
I I essentially distilled everything down to that, and I coined it the Beyond Force essentially. Um, and I'm like, okay, now that I have this, I'm like, okay, does which function does this? Okay, well, which function has this sea of images and this like outer space type of like void thing? Because my mind is like very like like it is like space type deal, and essentially like distilling it down to that, it did nothing. It did nothing. It did jack diddly, because I'm like, now I have this. Okay, I think I purified this too much, and this doesn't seem like the way to actually discover my first function, because I see it, but now it's so abstract. I don't actually know how to contextualize it in something less abstract, which is the functions,
Yeah. Yeah.
which had me like, okay, well, if it's so abstract that I can't even contextualize it in another abstract, does that mean that it is the most abstract, which is NI? Well, I can't say that, because I have no idea what other people think and how other people have their and how other people's minds work. So, by all means, I could be looking at NE without even realizing it, essentially, or without even knowing. Because how would I
Yeah.
truly know?
No, this
if
isn't
I,
any, man. This is not any. This is we're trying to we're trying to talk about other things, and you're bringing it back to the same thing. That's NI. That's not any.
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And I've
Hey, look,
become like self
the
aware of
dog.
this. I've
She's
become self aware.
distracting me because she wants my pizza.
What's your dog's name?
Her name is Lindsay, and it's short for Valencia.
Is she?
Valencia.
I
10
can't tell.
years
Is she
old.
a cocker or doodle or what?
She's an Australian Labradoodle. There you go.
Valencia.
She's really cute, and I'm actually allergic to dogs, but not this one.
Right.
Oh, that's
Because it has
nice.
hair. It's not fur.
She's
Yeah,
hyperallergenic. Yeah, she doesn't
have
actually shed.
we have poodles and they're the same. It's wonderful to have dogs that don't shed.
Yeah.
So
But you have to cut their hair.
Yeah, that's a pain in the ass. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
my dog is elderly and it's really hard on him and it's hard on me. And I swear with the next one, I'm just gonna afford to get them professionally groomed because the groomers kind
Right.
of
We get our grooms. We get our groom like every couple 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, I can't do
Yeah,
that
groomed
with
like
mine now because he's not used to being groomed professionally, so it would scare him. So I have to do it.
so why did you name your dog Valencia? Just
I didn't name her, but
oh,
I
okay.
forget. I'm gonna be honest, I forget. Why did we?
Oh, that's all right. Yeah.
I don't know. It was like 10 years ago, so it was in 2014. So I kind of
The first thing that popped into my mind was valence electron,
I think my dad.
but
my
I'm a
dad had
chemist,
a
so
friend. My dad had like a friend that was named Val.
There's Valencia oranges, and she looks kind of orange. On
oh,
Like I know why, but I don't
those
really know
exist.
enough of why. Like it's someone my dad knew or something. She's
So
been
what,
distracted.
you just stole her and you took her to school with you?
I took her to what? Sorry.
Or you're living at home or you're living in a dorm?
Right now I'm living at home. It's
Okay, all right, I got you.
Yeah,
I don't know why I always thought you were in a dorm.
Windows that nice and big.
Right.
Yeah, right. I know because I just have them. I have the bed sitting up there. It's like the dorm vibe. I get it.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I just sleep on the ground.
Me too. You sleep on the ground?
I did. I don't anymore, but I used to sleep on the ground for a bit.
What's
Yeah.
that like? What does it do for you? Well, why? Why do you sleep on the ground?
I haven't slept on the ground in like a couple months, so
Does it feel good?
it's like you just get out of bed and you're like on the ground.
Yeah, I don't have as much connective tissue as I used to. Like my connective tissue isn't as strong and healthy, and so when I go camping, it kind of makes me feel like an old dog. Makes me feel sort of stiff.
Really? I don't like sleeping on beds. I sleep on the ground. Yeah.
So on your back
That's
with
weird.
your knees up, or how?
just sleep. I also don't use a pillow. I just sleep on the
Yeah,
ground.
I don't use a pillow, but I'm like,
All right.
okay. What about blankets?
Yeah, blankets for sure. Yeah, when it's cold, and you can get like a mattress or something on the ground, like a thin mattress or something, but not too thick.
Yeah.
Is that what
Yeah.
that black?
I'm always
for?
admiring of like you got your really like comfy leather chair and it's got like a fan next to it. Like that's what I would sleep if I were at your house.
Right. Well, here you go. You can just lounge out. It's yours,
Right.
all yours.
Right.
Oh, I remembered a question that I wanted to ask you, like, first and foremost, Binyamin, and that was like, where are you from again?
Where am I originally from? Born? Like,
Well, where are you now, and where are you from? Essentially?
I'm in Israel right now, and I was
Oh,
originally born in Toronto.
what Israel?
Yeah.
Oh, dang. Okay, well, now I have a lot more questions,
Okay.
and they have to do with the war, of course.
Ah, okay.
The pizza. I'll be
Is
honest.
that is that
Enjoy your pizza. David's
is
gonna
that
eat
like
pizza.
oh okay,
I can
enjoy
feel
your
God.
pizza,
I've
man.
got food in my mouth.
Is that like would that is the war too hard of a topic to discuss? I'm using FE right now, so
I don't.
I'm like,
It's not
is
hard
that
for me.
too
I just don't
much?
know if it's too controversial or whatever. But we can talk about it.
I mean, yeah. I, you know, I just wanted to ask, like, okay, what are you essentially like being told on the news and whatnot, and like, are you are you impartial to it? I'm assuming you're impartial.
Well, I'm not impartial because I'm living here. I'm actually living like really close to Gaza. So for the last, I don't know, I've been living here for about 10 years or more or less. So we've had always the rockets shooting over.
Holy shit, dude!
Yeah,
That
for the
must be
last 10 years.
fucking
Yeah.
god damn. That must be fucking terrifying,
No, we're used to it. We're used to it. Not a big deal.
Yeah.
bro. What? Okay,
Yeah.
this
I think I've
is
been having
this is
rockets
my
for
observer
years.
shit, because it makes sense that like you'd be used to it because it's a natural occurrence.
Right.
But God, holy crap! Oh my,
But also, like most of those
wow.
missiles are pretty minor, right? And the Iron Dome is pretty accurate. So
Yeah,
Was it being overwhelmed?
The Iron Dome is like a Band-Aid solution. It's like, okay, we can live with rockets now. We
Yay!
every Iron Dome missile costs like, I don't know, 100 times the price of one of those rockets. So it's just like it's just an economic thing. But we're lucky to have it. Yeah, for sure.
It's essentially, I mean, I kind of looked at the rudimentary rockets of like Hamas because I was curious if I could
what's
build
a
those
fine?
things
What do you mean?
myself.
I don't know what he's
And huh?
Someone's asking, what about that Refime? I don't know what Refime is.
What? Rafaim?
Yeah, I don't know.
Binyamin, do you know what that is?
No idea. That's what I was asking. Maybe you can
Oh, okay. I thought that was David. Okay. You guys sound very similar. I'm not gonna lie, but that's to me. I have,
silence this thing.
but Okay, so y'all are used to the rockets. What the heck? Okay, what are you not used to then?
I mean, so sometimes they do the big rocket bombardment, and then the Iron Dome isn't enough because like there's way too many rockets for the Iron Dome to take care of. So sometimes that happens too.
Damn,
I mean,
man.
it's done now. Like every so often there's a rocket, but it's like we know now it's like the last one. It's the last few, no more. Yeah.
Gosh, this might be like a bit of masculine FE. I'm not sure, but the way that war is getting handled is just it's just pissing me off.
Is it? Yeah, it's
Yeah, yeah.
a lot of people are paying attention to it, and it's a very emotionally charged war, I guess. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's kind of
Because,
weird for me because like there are other wars in the world that are worse objectively, and it's
well,
just weird that like this is the focus.
I think it's because
Yeah.
one side is getting missiled, and the other side is facing essentially a genocide. So it's like, or at
Yeah,
least this is what I've heard.
I don't like that word genocide. It's not a
I
genocide.
don't like it either.
They're not at risk of like it. There are real genocides, like in Rwanda, that was a real genocide. Like, and
Yeah, Rwanda.
calling this a
The
genocide is just nonsense. There's
Oh, okay, okay.
no one's destroying a people or a population. No one's trying to kill a population.
I don't know, from the news that I watched and whatnot. It was like, okay,
I know I've heard the word thrown around too. I just don't like
yeah.
when words are misused like that because it just reduces the word. It makes the word like less impactful.
Well, essentially, at least what I saw, of course, you're closer to the front. You probably you'll know more than me in this, but what I saw is like, okay, essentially a lot of one side's getting bombed and the other side's getting starved, and it's like, okay. The way I saw it was like Israel's pulling a Rome to Carthage. Like, if you have you heard of that? I don't
Yeah,
think
I mean,
so,
I don't.
though.
I'm not an. I don't know about analogizing it. I just know that. I just know that they're not like there is aid going in. It's the
Yeah,
distribution isn't bad. I mean, we don't. Are people interested in this? Do we want to talk about this, or do we want to change the subject?
I'm
I,
not.
I, I don't know.
Really. I'll say
What
one thing about it though. A lot of my friends go to Indiana University, and they had
Right.
protests there,
Yeah.
and a lot not any of my friends, but a lot of people got arrested for protesting,
Oh.
and it's just really weird because they had this field that like there have been protests at this field. I forget what it's called. Starts with like a D, but they've been protesting there for about 60 since the 60s, and then they made it illegal to protest there the day before the protest, and
Bruh.
it screwed over all these kids. And yeah, they got arrested for protesting. They put like snipers on the roofs. Just got really heated.
Wow.
And yeah, it just like I don't like yeah I don't want to talk too much about it. I don't really have a lot to say.
Dang. Yeah, that's fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. Also, I'm not sure. Does me cursing like mess up the thing or no?
Yeah, I'm sure we won't get ads or whatever, but it doesn't matter.
Oh.
I'll lose 10 cents. Big deal.
Okay, I'm okay. Like,
Robbie,
I'm not trying to like commit financial ruin.
No,
That's like,
don't worry about it. It's okay.
So you
I,
have like enough videos and enough airplay that you get a little bit of money, like just a tiny amount coming in.
A tiny amount, and they don't get a payout until you have like $100. So I got one payout in my entire history.
Yeah, I
bruh.
don't need that. Yeah, because I just don't get enough.
It's not. I'm not banking on it. It doesn't matter. It makes no difference. It's yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Wait, so what do you do for money essentially? Like, where
I
do you
work
work?
I work in a testing lab. Yeah. How about
Oh,
you?
currently I'm looking for a job over the summer.
Yeah. I'm looking for
I
another
want
job
to
myself. It's hard to find a job.
do something with high physical labor to get that SE up essentially
Mm-hmm.
because I want farmer strength in tandem with gym strength. That'd be awesome. I could jump a fence, all that fantasy shit.
I'm
You
sure
know
you
what I'm
could work on
saying?
a farm. I'm sure there's you can work on a farm somewhere.
Well, it's not literal. It's farmer
No, but
strength.
I mean it's a good job. It's good work.
It is. It is. But I was thinking more of like a quarry or
No.
like there's a rock emporium where you get to like move heavy big machines and whatnot, and like it's like there's a lot of power, like physical, going on. So it's like okay, that's gonna be pretty cool. I'll get to be forklift certified. But yeah, so a testing center, like a testing lab. What do you all test?
I'll look this up. What he's talking about. Oh, okay. He's talking about some. Okay, let me share this, and so we can. It's an interesting thing. Is this what you're talking about here? This kind of formation? This thing?
Oh, is that the Ricat structure? No, that's not. No.
It's over in the north.
What is this?
I don't know. Let's see.
It's built by aliens, of course. Of course, it's aliens.
There's a Wikipedia article.
Oh,
Early Bronze Age period, so 3000 BCE.
No. Totally, the combined manpower couldn't build that. It's aliens. It's aliens, I swear.
How's it
They
going, Pat?
actually projected that message into my mind.
Hi.
Yeah,
Hey,
so
Claire.
I've never seen that
Oh,
before.
what's up, man?
It's interesting. Yeah, there's lots of architectural and archaeological stuff in this area. So interesting stuff.
Yeah, I bet. Like that is your place is essentially a hotspot of just
Mhm.
crazy, of just insanity.
You know what Russ did the other day? I thought was so strange. He downloaded an entire copy of Wikipedia in case there's an apocalypse. And
What?
it just seems so stupid because it's always updating. And like, if there's the kind of apocalypse that we might have, like probably the electrical grids aren't going to work.
I can tell you, I can speak on that a little.
It seemed like such an observer thing to do, and it seemed really stupid.
How big is the file?
Yeah, it does seem like an observer thing.
It does.
You like double observed it for him. You're like, that just like they're just updating it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
always updated. He's like, at least we'll have this one copy of all the known information. Like,
all of it.
I mean, if
I
you're
don't
planning on
know.
going back in time or
Really?
something, that might be nice.
yeah,
How do you go about doing that? How do you like download the entirety of Wikipedia?
I don't know. He does stuff. I don't know how he did it.
He does.
That's above my pay grade. No clue. I mean, maybe he put it on a thumb drive. I really don't know. But I just think, I'm thinking of all the kinds of apocalypses that we might have. And like, likely it's going to be like a cyber attack or like someone taking down our grid. And then we won't be able to access that information anyway.
And the first crisis will probably be the economy.
The other thing is, would you need that information if you're in the middle of an apocalypse? Maybe at some point.
Yeah, I mean,
And
this
this
is where you-
a page on what to do in the apocalypse.
Oh, I have a book on that. Somebody gave me a book on how on like all of the ways on like how to rebuild civilization from scratch. It's pretty cool. Though genuinely, I think I'd be one of the first people to die because I just like freak the fuck out and like cower into a ball. Or I'd like rage the fuck out and like just jump head first into death. There's no in between.
Well, keep me away from you then. You can enjoy the apocalypse on your corner of the world. How's
Hey, hey, it seems like you already have some form of apocalypse going on over there.
What are you saying, Claire? What's new with you? How was your week?
Yeah, everyone.
Good.
Yeah.
What did I miss?
Oh, visualizations.
That's about
Visualizations. Thinking.
internal monologuing.
Internal monologue visualizations.
Claire, we have a question for you.
Talking to the moon.
Yes.
I do that enough. Internal
Do you
Do
talk
you
to
monologue.
the
talk to
moon?
the moon?
Sorry, what?
Do you talk to the moon, Claire? Au clair de la lune?
Do I talk to the moon?
Yeah.
No, I don't talk with language.
Oh, you
But
talk with
there's-
vibes.
There's some contact with the moon, yeah.
What's your relationship with the moon?
What's with NFs? Is that a thing? Like NFs in the moon? Like you know, werewolves or something?
Well, I'm not a werewolf, but it's just I don't know. Like, the sensory is more like I'll just realize it's nighttime, and then I'll just like look up, and then I'll try to find the moon, and then based on my experience with the fact that I felt like looking at the moon at that time and how I'm feeling and the state of the moon, like where is it in the sky and like the whole context, then I'll sort of take that experience as like an imprint as a whole, and then I'll think about what it means, and I'll while looking at the moon, I'll have my like I'll project out my like what I want the moon to, you know, like when if you were to pray to God, it's like you're projecting out like a prayer. I'll do like my kind of prayer to the moon, and then I'll also have like a pull from the moon, from the whole experience that I'm having. So
Ooh.
So you do talk to the moon. All right.
yeah,
Yeah, it's everyone. Yeah, it's obvious. Talk to the moon. Moon
Yeah.
talk.
You could have just said yes.
but I don't.
No, I know.
haven't
It's funny that
actually,
you use the
like-
word realize too, because we're talking about the realizing, but it's probably not the same amount of realizing. You realize that it's night.
yeah.
Right.
I guess I don't say talk because I can't tell you what the ongoing conversation is. So I don't. That's why I don't count as talking.
Well, do you have one though? I think that's a
what I'm saying,
bigger
it's
question.
not like an ongoing. I don't know. I don't know.
No conclusions on the top. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more of a vibe.
Huh. And then also visualizations. You're a visual type, so they must be like pretty heavy on you. Like whenever it comes to visualizing, and
Yeah, you and Annie are pretty
David-
close to type, actually. Strangely enough.
Oh yeah.
wait,
Except
wait,
for
wait,
the-
what?
Annie's audio and your visual, but other than that, you guys are pretty close. Play last, same quadra.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, Claire, is your internal thought process made out of words and dialogue, or do you have a lot more visuals?
It's both.
Yeah, mine's both.
Mine's both.
Mine's pretty heavy on the words, though.
Yeah.
When it's a lot of the words are because I'm talking with someone. There's some kind of conversation with other people. I think if it's not like a conversation in some way, which a lot of the time it is because I'm probably then it can get very visual, like just yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know why that sounds weird to me? Because like when you're talking to someone, you're trying to like transfer thought patterns to them. Like you're trying to give information to them. But like who are you giving information to? Who are you like you get yourself. So why do you even need to talk in order to get yourself?
I don't totally have the clear picture. So I think maybe it's like a double deciding sort of thing. So like I'm saying something and then I'm also saying a counter argument, or I'm saying something from one perspective and then another part of me splits off and is offering a different perspective.
That also sounds like TE as well.
Maybe.
And it is a lot of times like the tribe. It's almost like an internal blast. Like I'm explaining something to somebody, and then it's like a tribe person giving me the counter argument.
Yeah, like that I get, because I do that too. It's like once you're getting to the end of your thoughts, you're able to verbalize it, then you know you're at the end. But like you're verbalizing it for the sake of organizing it and not for the sake of communicating it. But it sounds like what you guys are talking about is a communication thing. But you're trying to talk to yourself, or you're trying to talk to another part of your mind.
I mean, I'm a lot of different fragments. So yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Interesting.
getting in touch with the unconscious part. You know? Like you can be conscious, but then like you gotta include your unconscious parts. I feel like that's what we're trying to describe.
I think it's a lot like I've always done the internal family systems thing before I knew what that was, you know, and then at some point discovered this internal family systems, and that's what I was already doing, splitting myself. It's you know, I know the concept, but I haven't taken a deep dive. But some therapists will use it with someone who maybe isn't processing very well or introspecting very well, and you split yourself into different parts. Like there's maybe this part of you wants this, and so then you flesh that character out. Okay, how old is that part of you that wants that? You know, maybe it's a 3-year-old that feels really needy.
Yeah, it's like the car analogy. So you could use it with type, where you make your lead function the adult, and then or the hero, and then you make your second function is like the parent function, so it acts like a parent.
You're just putting your cognition to like archetypes. You're putting your cognition, different parts of yourself, into archetypes.
Yeah.
Like
When
you're asking questions like how old are they, you're getting more details about that archetype.
Yeah. Or like if you have a desire, like who wants that? How old are they? Why do they want that? What is the feeling behind that?
My hero is a black hole.
Like like I can understand an older person's perspective, but like I haven't yet realized that for myself. So, like, I can act it out, but I don't really quite. I'm still young, so not
And so when you do that, do you then realize like the part of you want to allow to take control, sort of thing? Like you want to be like, okay, I'm going to agree with this person that's in me, and we're just going to squash this other person.
Oh yeah, because somebody has to be the adult, you know. So there's parts of me that want things that I can look at and say, you know, that is really dysfunctional, or that's really not going to serve us in the thing we're trying to aim here.
So who wanted to go golfing?
Well,
the hierarchy of like your mind.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like just the play energy, which is really immature and like I don't create these things for myself. But it was also just me realizing I need to get out of myself. I'm really sick of myself right now. And when I go out into the world in a different setting, then suddenly I feel more real. It's like I'm just always in my head and in my mind, and I'm almost like a ghost. Like the capacity is turned down. But when I go into a real scenario and have to interact and ping off of other people, the opacity gets turned up, and I'm more real. I guess just more extroverted.
Is my mic still working?
That's funny.
Yeah.
Because Claire, I remember you describing something similar. Because I rewatched I watched the stream after I left, and you said it was like going into ghost mode or whatnot. That sounds very similar. Do you relate to that, Claire?
What was the context when I said that?
Like, what is your like FI like your supreme introversion or whatnot? Because she described it as being in her own head and like being in a ghost or in a ghost mode. And I was curious because I was wondering if that's the same thing that you went through. Does that make sense? Like you?
Yeah, I could tell it makes sense, but for some reason it's not bringing up in my mind. Like I can't remember what relating that.
Do you get sick of yourself too? Claire?
Get sick of myself. I don't.
What
what does that mean?
What is my TV is screwed.
Do you get sick of sitting in your own sleep?
No.
No. When did that start for you,
I
Annie?
need to pull myself.
Has it always been like that?
Yeah. So the whole thing that, when Dave and Shan talk about people discovering their type and going through this horror of seeing themselves, seeing all their patterns, I went through that pretty intensely in my 20s, which was years before I discovered OPS. And yeah, it's just seeing my functions and seeing my patterns and just being really over it, really grossed out by my tendencies, but then it's also just like automatic, like I can't stop, and I can't stop being self-focused. I don't know how, but more play energy would probably help, like interacting with people more kind of gets me out of it.
Yeah.
But I've always been so painfully self-aware, like since I was really, really young. But I think the intense disgust came.
What does that mean, self-aware? What does that mean to you?
Well, that whole thing of watching me,
Yeah.
and me.
I go through that too.
Me being fascinated by me and fascinated by my thoughts and my inner mechanics. It's kind of gross,
Yeah.
That I don't know. I feel like that makes sense if you're an E first and you're doing a lot of introspection and everything. You have a lot of self-awareness and you have play last. That kind of makes sense. I feel like just like a vibe that makes sense. Because like for me, it's like FI first. It's like I can't get enough of like just like what, like who am I? So I'll go into like who am I when I'm disgusting? What's disgusting? And I like going there. Because I want to know more.
That's the problem. I really like it too.
It's comfort.
Yeah, but you described it, Annie, as like bathwater. Like you're just sitting in the same dirty bathwater and you're not cleaning it.
Yeah, I am. It is getting cleaned and changed over time, and I am evolving and growing, but it's also just I've kind of painted myself into a corner because I'm so addicted to this, and I think it's so great that I've built my whole life around it. All my choices, being self-employed, having so much time alone, being a massage therapist and having all these quiet hours that now it's harder to even get out of it. I don't have like a really strong social network, and especially not one that's like right around me, like real people face to face. Yeah. And that's why, after I was watching your lives and I joined a few of them, then I noticed a couple days later, I just felt really awful and stuck. And I realized, and it was sort of a revelation, I want to hang out with people. That's what I'm craving right now.
Right.
Sort of new for me. Like,
nice.
Yeah.
Yay. Welcome on, Annie. I'm glad to be part of your team. Part of your new team now, Mm-hmm. The CRG team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing about going to a work or a job is you have to interact with people, and whether you like it or not, you can hide away in your office, but people will still come and bother you. So,
yeah, I know I had a similar realization as well, but it's I had a bit of help because I was in a fraternity, and I still am, and essentially, you can't get away from those fuckers. God.
Oh yeah.
they'll just show up in your room, be like, "Hey, look at this cool thing!" Like this cool thing, and then la 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 start turning my shit like just like, and I'm like, "Yay, yay! This is fun! Yay!" Kill me now.
Did you try talking about black holes and boring them to death?
Am I boring you guys? I'm sorry.
No, I'm joking. I'm saying, does that work? Are you able to get rid of them like that?
Oh no, I just play with them. I,
Oh,
I
okay.
just I just have fun, and
Okay.
honestly, I kind of realized I think that's like friends high or whatnot of just like you know what going around and just fucking with the tribe. Like even if it is me tackling a guy into a couch or whatnot, it's fun. It's genuinely fun to ping off the tribe.
Do you tackle guys into couches, Claire? That made you laugh.
I'm imagining him.
It is
I'm
it
imagining
is true.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Nico's
imagining.
situation.
I
I'm a
really
very
miss
skinny.
wrestling. Wrestling is something I did a lot when I was younger, and I kind of miss it. Like when it would rain, we would wrestle in the gutters and in the muddy grass.
Huh. And wow, I know for me, I'm a very skinny guy, so I can be a little surprising whenever I just start moving people because I'm a little stronger than I look. But that just might be peacocking. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. That's
You,
probably just me
you
peacocking.
think that's the masculine sensory, Annie?
I don't
Oh,
know.
Well, I'll run around and I'll
I think,
grab a person
I think where a
and be
lot of
like,
people.
"Hey, friend," and just like slam him onto a couch.
Yeah.
I think that's masculine play. I think that's like I think that is double masculine because I will just go and like push people, like literally, and that's a big way of how I just ping with them, is I will just like start attacking them.
yeah, I feel like my masculine sensory likes to have some sort of outlet for that, but then I'm just not a very formidable person. So I kind of like
Me neither.
solo sports or something. I mean, running, like sprinting really hard has been good for me.
Hmm. But
David, did you
oh,
wrestle when you were a kid?
What did you say?
Did you ever wrestle when you were a kid with your feminine sensory?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like do a wrestling thing, but I had a cousin and he was like an INTJ. And he taught me all these. He's like an audio INTJ. He like showed me all these like wrestling maneuvers and holds and stuff.
to
So,
prepare for the
I'm an INTJ,
apocalypse,
he's like
right?
a master at SE and stuff. So yeah, like but I was like 12 years younger than him, and so like he was just like
Uh,
way older. He's basically like an uncle, like the crazy uncle. Um, but no, I played a lot of team sports, and I was just yeah, I know I like the Annie in the community like race. Oh, that's they're talking about. I forget her name, but yeah.
Yeah. Jacqueline Novak. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
that
saying
was a
I need the touching. The touching is good for the it's more like friends energy. I feel where it's like I had a dream one time that
yeah,
me
you
and
told me you dream about wrestling.
yeah, I dream about wrestling Benjamin. That's what I do. I'm like over here but he won.
what
So
do you win?
I think I think he won. Yeah, it
Oh,
was great. Yeah,
you see, I love going around to people who are just obviously bigger, like bigger and stronger, and just being like, "Nah, I'd win.
like the
I'd win." Yeah. I know. Have you seen that Jujutsu Kaisen flick or that reference?
I seen Jujutsu Kaisen. I didn't know you're making a reference.
Like Gojo versus Sukuna, where Yuji asks him like, "Hey, do you think you could like beat this guy? Like, he's really strong and shit." And he's like,
Like
Gojo's
the
like,
first episode?
This is like one of the first few, and then
Yeah, okay, I know
Gojo
what you're
right off the bat is like, no, I wouldn't. I'd win. I'd win.
Yeah, but you're not yeah, you're not him though.
I'm not. I ain't him. I ain't him.
You ain't the
I'm
most
not him.
popular character in the show. Nope.
I ain't him.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's mainly just like friends energy. Like I'm not a wrestler. I never wanted to be a wrestler.
I can see Claire smiling all the time. He's like he's got these little inside jokes that he's like making, and I'm like I want to know what's going on in your head, Claire. What are you laughing at? What's so funny?
Well, I just
There's nothing like a. Oh, sorry. Go
That's
on.
okay. No, that sounded like a one comment. What was it?
A one comment?
Like
Yeah.
just a
You know
comment.
that one.
No, okay, never mind then.
No,
No,
go
I think
ahead.
it's like being
Oh, I'm
visually-
sorry. I'm sorry. I was just
visually
I thought-
dismissing.
I thought you were just gonna say one thing and then let me and then I'll talk. So that's why I was saying go ahead.
Oh, okay.
If it wasn't, then I'll just talk. Okay.
No.
Hi, Craig. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys. I just saw your video on my.
I'm smiling
to come
because
say hello.
I'm like everything everyone's saying
We'll get you.
sounds so much like them,
Oh,
and I can so imagine
Oh.
like what they're saying.
I'm
Like,
getting echoes.
actually,
Oh, it's
like,
because
what
it's
it's
still playing.
like for
Just a second.
them
Sorry.
and what that's
Here we go.
actually happening and stuff. And then so it's just like funny because it's just like this like chain of like this really does sound like something that anyway. And then yeah, I'm also relating to my own experience at the same time. So like both there's like I'm holding like the other person and me at the same time and relating like my experience with what like seeing both of those happening, and then so it's like yeah, so like everyone's saying stuff and then like I'm also having my own thing that I would say to like to add to that, and then
Oh, so you're talking to him back in your head and
Yeah.
not out loud.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
that's what I'm doing primarily as well.
Yeah, that's
you
what we're
gotta
talking
fight
about
them
before.
every second. Like they can't. Yeah, you gotta fight.
I just wanted to say hi to Craig. It's the first time I've met him. So how's it going?
Hello,
Hey.
how are you guys? I'm not sure what community this is. I just saw it on my TV and I thought, oh, I see the link. I'll join it. Say hello.
Exactly.
I'm guessing you guys are somehow connected to the OPS type
As well.
community
Yep.
stuff on
Yep.
Facebook or something like that. So
Benjamin's that guy.
okay.
What are you throwing me
So-
under the bus for? It's David. David's the guy.
Is this my
Yeah.
channel?
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know any of
David
you. I just thought
Yost,
I'd come along and say hi.
David.
I hope I'm not
good-looking
interrupting
guy.
like a good conversation by just like showing up and being.
No,
like,
it's a hangout. This is not a.
Hey, you're
yeah,
good. It's a,
everyone's welcome to join and talk and share.
and we're just messing around.
So you're not typed yet either, but you're seeing yourself.
I'm not OPS typed. No.
Right.
I first ran into the Myers-Briggs stuff like
Well, I don't see
probably
Craig
like
in
25 years ago when it was starting to show up on the internet and that. And at that time, I was trying to be a. Oh, am I interrupting people? Sorry.
No.
I was trying to be
You're
a
good.
computer programmer at that time in my early 20s, and I would type INTP, and I later thought, like, I don't think that's who I am. And when I looked at the Jungian types and stuff, I kind of self-typed myself as ENFP just based on the definitions of intuition and stuff like that. But, you know, they say everybody types themselves wrong, so maybe I did. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, probably. You probably did.
I had to
Who
go
knows,
through
right?
a lot of agony in order to find my type. I was just dead set on not paying the money, but I'm gonna pay the money anyways to make sure that I'm to like see if I'm right.
Yeah, I'm dead set on not paying the money too, because I'm a little bit skeptical about how actually scientific any of it really is, because they kind of pull you into this narrative where this is like the more scientific approach to it, and then you hit a point where it's just the two of them that can give you your type, and when they give it to you, they tell you, that it's not scientific, that it's kind of the wording is kind of around it being a bit of a guess or something like that. And at that point, I'm like, well, I don't know. I think it needs to develop a bit more. So
I know how I get you.
I'm a big like waiter outer of things. I wait things out, and then I jump in later. So
Do you
Yeah,
do
that's
you
fair.
want
That's
like
safe. You're protecting yourself.
do you want like do you want like everybody's essentially self-diagnosed / diagnosed type? Because well, actually, I think you
that'd
and
be
me
interesting.
are the
I don't know.
the only people not officially shaved out of everybody here. Well, I'll
you guys
go
have an
along the
agenda.
list.
Like, go with your agenda. I don't mean to be like a mega
No.
disruptor.
Just saying hi, a new face.
I'm looking at
welcome.
Annie, and she looks sad. She's like, This
No.
weird guy has interrupted our great conversation.
No, I'm consumed sleep.
Okay.
Annie,
fair
you're
enough.
so sad. Oh God. Oh
I just
God, please.
I go into a shutdown mode. I'm just listening.
I'm used to reading the terms, but I'm not used to saying them out loud, so it might take me a
Yeah,
while.
yeah.
So what is let's go around. What does everybody imagine themselves as? Like if you were to just to type yourself, you say you are.
I guess I'll start. I definitely have TI in my top one, and yeah. So I have TISE. I think is pretty accurate for me. I don't know about the animals. I don't really identify with the animal mechanics as they are for me personally. I bet people do. I see other people like really latch onto them, and it's useful for them. For me, the infodom makes sense, and just the infodom, and then audio makes sense as well. Yep.
Right.
And David?
All right. I am also a lead TI head. I really agree with the sexual part about it. The sexual is the double feminine. Seems to really fit. And yeah, I like also the animals are a bit weird. I don't really like. I would use them in a way just to like understand that. Like I discovered Blast a bit ago. I lost my hair, and we lost Craig. So now I can't hear what I'm trying to tell him.
It says device is not connected. He's still here.
Dude got sent into oblivion.
You got
I
sent
didn't
into
see him when
black.
he joined. I had to refresh it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's why.
he's back here.
Like, yeah.
Sorry about that. I'm not familiar with this format, and I was.
Are you good?
Button, and I killed
Do you
everything.
do you exist in this primordial realm? Are you real?
Are you asking me that?
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Well, this realm is the internet. We're already in a virtual reality because we're talking to the net. Any of you guys could just be really advanced artificial intelligence that's being sprung on us, and we don't.
But
even
you'd
know
never know. We're tricking you, so
Yeah.
because it's
never
so
know.
early in the
Also-
timeline that the AI isn't plausible yet. So we can definitely trick you with.
Have you seen the demos of AI talking now?
Yeah.
Like ChatGPT
I-
just released some videos the other
Yeah,
day,
yeah.
and they're like conversational with it. It's picking up on
Yeah.
emotional tone and
Yeah, they
everything.
have them talking to each other too. You have two phones just talking to each other. It's weird.
Like
Right.
the one they dropped like just the other day though, where there's some people on a stage and they had the chat GPT up on the screen, and it's like right in the conversation. It's doing better than I am right now.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah. Before I have an observer freak out, could you, David? Could you finish your thingamajiggy?
Oh, finish my thingamajiggy.
Yeah.
Sure. Where was I? I was talking to just like what you type your stuff as. Honestly, if I were to really just give one most solid point, it's just I'm living in the decider the decider world. I'm on the wavelength with all the deciders. I'm playing the decider game. Get me with like observations or whatever, but like talk about people. It's like okay, what's going on now? Like I get serious about people and yeah, like situations like what's happening in Israel. Just use that as a reference. It's like us double observers. We're like, it's all right. It will smooth itself out. Yeah. I have one example of this. Like a few days ago, I was sitting at a dinner table, and we started getting into a very heated argument about this conflict. It's because my cousin goes to a university, and in that university they had protests and people got arrested, and it's just a very heated and loaded subject. And so he started bringing it up, and he's an observer. And he started freaking out about it at the table, and
About
very
the freedom
quickly,
stuff, probably more about the freedom and the.
yeah. And like what I realized is that like the people at the like there was 4 of us
Hey,
who were observers, and then three of us were deciders. And more clearly
what
than
the
ever,
hell?
more clear than ever, I was able to see the differences where us deciders were just worried about, are we going to offend the people? We're not going to offend the people. and we're just super calm with like the information while all the observers are talking about missing information. You can't trust that website. You can't trust them. You got your facts wrong. And then also at the same time, they're double deciding. Like, you know what? I don't really like they're talking it out. I don't feel offended. I like we're having a good conversation here. I didn't really like hurt you. You know, there's no like jabs thrown, even though they're being really mean to each other, saying they're stupid and whatnot. And that's what I'm stuck here trying to process as a decider. But yeah,
They're
there's
being mean to each other because the information's not lining up.
yeah, the information is completely like wrong. Like, yeah, you like there's like this one data point, and then it goes out to all these newses. So like, so you just can't trust any data. You just can never trust anything ever. They're just everyone's controlling it all. And I was just like, I was really freaking out because that whole day I was like worrying about who am I, what am I doing with my life, and I just with my cousin we just like weed whacked at like someone else's house, and so like I spent that whole day with this guy, and so like I realized that he was like in this normal state the whole day, and then here he's like he's ramping up, he's getting into a more extroverted state, and I realized like oh he's a single observer, like that's just like at this time like I already knew that, but it hit
Yeah.
me much more stronger, and like yeah, what I would say is boil down is that the deciders are nervous, or you're just nervous, and the observers are like paranoid. And those are two negatives. Like that helps me remember it a little better, and it seems to be the case. So yeah, I'm on team decider here. Is what I'm trying to say. And team observer, you guys are doing some magic over there with double deciding, but then also I don't quite get the just the not trying to meet together, just walking away from the conversation, having nothing concluded. I can't do that. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, team decider here is what I would say. That's what I agree with the most with my type.
Yeah, I haven't heard Annie. What do you think about your type? Do you resonate with it? Like,
Yeah, I do now, or I don't know if I've just taken it on. I mean, it could be, you could call these words any other thing. Like I could use a different system and just understand myself through it. But
yeah,
I mean, yeah, who knows? Like what is,
it's
I
a
don't-
tool for introspection. Yeah.
yeah, I don't think it could ever be accurate. I mean, the thing that I feel closest to that feels the most prominent about me is just the double masculine sleep. I see the NE, I see the play last. PE doesn't feel like much to me. I mean, it's just like a tool kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know. I could use, yeah, I could use any other system. And so I've taken this and I'm like, okay, this is my code, and I'm thinking through it and understanding myself through it, and it feels accurate enough.
Nice. Hi, Jared. Nice to meet you. I think it's the first time we've talked, right? Where we're just going through people's. Craig was asking if people had types in the typology stuff. This is normally a lot of typology people here. Are you coming from that world too, or? Yeah, you're on mute, by the way. Okay. Yeah, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
We can't hear you, Jared.
You got
There
it.
you go.
Hey, hi Jared.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh,
Yeah, I've seen lots of you guys on the Facebook group. I've followed some of your videos there, Benjamin. And
Oh, nice.
yeah. So hi.
Hi. Yeah. Welcome. Nice to meet you. Do you did you get typed as well?
No, I'm not typed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been looking around it for 3 or 4 years. So
Yeah. Are you not interested, or?
no, I am. I just procrastinated.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Cool.
Yeah, I was like some of you other guys were saying that you were trying to figure out yourself. So I'm trying to figure out myself, but I got scrambled brain. So I've been like, in my mind, I've been every type out there. And so I'm like, yeah, probably don't know.
So, Jared, what got you interested in typology?
Oh, I'm like you. I heard about it like 20 years ago or so, 25 years ago. So I remember I used to go to the bookstore and like scour all the books back when bookstores were a thing, and yeah, I just saw the Myers-Briggs stuff back then, and I've always been interested in that kind of thing, like personality, or like there's a color code, there's like the Myers-Briggs, there's a whole bunch of other ones out there. Just, but the OP one like sort of sucked me in a lot.
Yeah, man. I remember like sitting there in the 90s with like dial-up internet being like, I'm supposed to be doing something with my life, but I don't know who I am. Here I am like just randomly doing things and I have no idea. I think I'm weird, maybe different than other people, and like maybe these quizzes on the internet are going to tell me something useful.
Did they?
I think I got them wrong because I was in a weird state of mind, or I got them right and I've just been an imposter ever since. I don't know. It's hard to find your true self.
They told me I'm gay.
Who
No, they
was
didn't.
that? I didn't see which.
That was
quiz
Adele at the bottom there.
Okay,
He's
how you
just
doing?
self-amusing.
Okay.
I think he might be psychotic. He might be referring to they as in like something we.
I have no context for what you guys are saying.
Either do I. They're
continue to
just that's
observe,
the whole point. Yeah.
and when some comments come up again, I'll maybe have more context for what's happening with that.
Oh, I'm just saying shit. Yeah.
Jared, I can't hear you again. And you're not muted. I just can't hear you.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, that makes sense.
That's probably why.
So, Jared, what made you decide to join this chat?
I was on there, and then you came on, and I was like, okay, if Craig can do it, so can I. So I hesitantly pushed the button. So like, okay.
Nice. Good job. Yeah. Claire, did you process your type? You're identifying with it, or like, do you think it matches your cognition?
Yep. Yeah. The type that they gave me is also the type that I type myself as in that system.
It took you a long time though.
Yeah. Yeah. And I got a lot of help. A lot of help. So I think that I think of it in layers. So the first or the more important layer is typology from the perspective of a Jungian analyst, where I'm an FI DOM, and then following that would be I'm INFP, and then the next layer would be like Myers-Briggs, which I'm INFP, and then there's like I see it like the next layers are like it fragments. There's like sociotics, there's like CPT, and there's like whatever. I don't care. And then there's OPS, which is the most specific. And I think the point of it is that it reduces ambiguity. So with the OPS type, I'm not concerned about like how much it matches reality. I'm only concerned about how much it reduces ambiguity. And I think that my type is right for that.
Wow. Claire, I'm impressed with the way you organized all of those thoughts in your head and communicated them in an articulate manner.
Thanks. If you asked me a year ago, it wouldn't have been that organized. It would have been really...
I'm impressed with you, and I'm impressed with Benjamin. Is Benjamin what I call you?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just looking at your screen name. I don't know who you are. You both impressed me because you have skills that I hold in high regard and wish that I had more of. Claire, you've organized your words well, which is something I've always struggled with. I do like a lot of public speaking for a living, and I jumble things up all the time. And I loved how organized what you said was. Benjamin, you kept people on topic. Like we're still like systematically going through and talking to people about the same question. And that's also what I would want to be able to do quite often and struggle with.
Huh. I mean,
So you
I'm
guys are both
recognizing what
amazing.
you're doing right now as a little bit of DE. I don't know if it's a savior or a demon, but you're doing DE, whatever that is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe ESTJ, possibly. I was
No,
guessing.
no, I don't know. He could be an observer.
Oh.
He could also be a DI. I'm just saying what you just did there was DE. So
Yeah,
I think
Biggin also.
I think I'm one of the types that's really close between the people person side of it and the observer side of it. You know, like I've always looked up to Bill Murray as like kind of a hero of mine, and I've tried working with stuff and screwed it up completely for long enough that I ended up working with people. Heck, I like people. I love people. So yeah, so I kind of have done that random journey of things. So I'm probably somewhere in the middle. I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to add what you said. Miniman didn't just like keep it on track, but without being controlling at all. It was very like
Mhm.
like keeping it like I was getting worried that we were gonna lose it, but
Yeah,
somehow it's staying, and we're losing it now, you know, and I still feel so yeah. Because
it
if it was
still
me, I
feels
would
like it
have
could go back
control.
on track, and that
It'll
is my
go back on track.
superhuman
Yeah.
power is turning order into chaos. Like I've always been that. So like Benjamin being able to still organize what's happening, and you've got me here sitting here talking about random things is just phenomenal because like we can just still go on to the next person and have them answer the same question. We're still
Yeah.
like working within an organized framework. It's amazing.
Yeah. Well, we are going to go over to Nico.
Look at
Nico
that.
likes this topic. He likes talking about himself a lot and about his type. So, where are you on the processing right now, Nico? Just if you can make it short, and we'll move on.
Can't hear you.
We can't hear you if you're talking. No, nothing's coming out of your mouth. No sound.
Oh, he
Yeah,
sure does love talking about himself. I can confirm that.
he knows it. Yeah, he likes it. What about you, Adele? Where are you on your type journey?
Is there like some publicly known like stops you're supposed to be at?
No, there's no supposed to. I don't like that. I hate that.
I don't know. I think I
Hey
know myself,
there. Okay, I've
but
returned.
I'm always open
Can you hear
for
me?
other suggestions.
Yeah, we can hear
Yes,
you
we
now.
can hear you now. You can talk about yourself. Go ahead.
Adele, you finish. You were talking.
Very courteous.
Yeah, but I was the
Is that a
smallest who can
watermelon?
switch for you. That is a
Huh?
watermelon.
That's a really small watermelon.
Also, Adele and I
Wow.
have some
Wow.
fun history.
There we.
I noticed. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure what he said, but probably along the lines of, I cannot shut up about myself to my own detriment, and that's a side
He
that
didn't
I
say
get.
that specifically, but yeah, I'm sure he would have said something like that.
Yeah, that's a side that I've noticed, and I get upset about myself. And here we go, talking about myself that I'm getting upset about talking about myself. So
Right.
it all just goes full circle into a spiral of oblivion. And
I mean that's the first step though, like in change, right? Like
yeah,
just-
certainly. And there we go. We segment into something that I'm afraid of. Not self change, but like destructive, like outside forces.
yeah.
Uh,
I mean, this is also a good place to practice this and fail because you're not going to change without failing.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It is the self. Essentially, the self awareness comes at a price. I'm so morbidly self aware that the only thing that I can talk about is myself, and it's painfully and I'm painfully aware of that. So I talk about it more.
What if you're not
Um,
self-aware? You're just unaware of everything else.
I have certainly thought about that. If I'm just
course you have.
completely aware of externality, but I have come to the point where I've realized that one of my greatest angsts is just an intense emotional like backlash against all forms of externality. And so it's just this constant form of processing instead. So
Yeah, sounds like
and
your plague.
Thank you.
You're-
it's self-awareness is painful. But anyways, these guys have like started to agree and see the bandwagon, see like to see it as well. What I believe, I'm the same type as Eminem, but like a different social type. I think I'm like social 2 or 4. double
Yeah.
masculine, double masculine, blast last INFJ.
All right. So we were talking about Craig and Jared. Maybe you guys want to weigh in on this, and Adele too. You weren't here. We were talking about how you internally process thoughts. Do you verbalize? Do you visualize? Do you have conversations with yourselves? Do you talk to the moon?
Yeah.
You're both on mute if you're trying to talk.
I was just waiting for Jared to answer first. Yeah, we're both backwards, probably.
Here. You could do that again now.
Oh,
No,
you've got a lot of power here.
There.
You got a lot of power. I do both. I narrate what I'm thinking. I sometimes visualize what I'm thinking. I'm sometimes thinking a lot. I'm sometimes not thinking very much. I sometimes have like this just stream of chaos in my mind that I can tune into, and sometimes it's not there. Like it's kind of like just a creative jumble. I'm trying to do something creative. It's just like random words and images and stuff jumbling around, and I can just like tune into that and grab stuff that I want to use, and sometimes I can't. And I pray in my mind, and I've had days where, not very often, I've had days where I've just started narrating everything in a Monty Python accent to amuse myself of like how ironic and stupid everything is, just like narrating my life in a Monty Python accent. But that doesn't happen very often. I can't. I wish I wish I could claim that, but that was just like 1 or 2 days where I found that.
You know, a lot of times I have Werner Herzog is my narrator. You know, Herzog?
I don't know. It sounds familiar, but I can't think of who that is. Sorry.
He just has a very mopey, dramatic voice. It's not important.
Okay.
Mopey,
Well,
but
it
dramatic.
is important.
That's
it's not
combo.
unimportant. I mean, it's kind of important. I'll probably have to look that up and see what that is. Herzog. Is he a singer or an actor, or what does he do?
No, he narrates
Philosopher?
documentaries. He narrates documentaries.
Oh, okay. Like one of those documentary type voices.
Yeah.
Is there like an ironic feel to it, or is it like a serious, literal kind of thing?
He's just such a downer.
Oh, okay, because like when Monty Python narrates something, it's more like, philosophers on a race or something. Like it's like you're kind of the butt of the joke if Monty Python's like using his like weird British voice to narrate what's happening. But if it's like a serious documentary, that would be a different vibe.
Yeah. So you're thinking in words primarily?
I'd say like 60-40.
Words and images.
It's like, I've heard people say that they can absolutely never turn off the narration, and that's not true of me. It does turn off. It's mostly there though.
Do you have a theme song?
Yo, based.
I don't know. If I'm really busy, like, doing a lot of stuff, I might get a song in my head. But if I'm just relaxing and living the old man life that I live now, I just can't be bothered most of the time. But yeah, if I'm happy, I'll start singing out loud sometimes.
Do you do the talk? Annie was talking about talking to other parts of herself, so like, and recognizing if they were like younger children or whatever. Do you do that thing too?
No, that sounds brilliant. I don't do that.
Okay.
I've been thinking lately about the concept of reparenting yourself because I've seen some videos on that and like trying to like treat yourself like the way that a parent would treat a child in order to get your life organized. And I thought it was a very interesting concept, but I don't have dialogues like that. I don't know. I very much just like shift modes. It's like watching the cats. Like the cats when they're in fighting mode, they're in fighting mode. When they're in ready to eat mode, they're in ready to eat mode. When they're in napping mode, they're in napping mode. And I think my brain just kind of shifts to whatever mode it needs to be into for whatever it's doing. I used to have a really strong like shifting into work mode. Like if I was like at work on paid time, I'd like shift into that. But I found that like now that I do more leadership type stuff, that mode that I had developed when I was younger really isn't all that useful. It's like a totally different mode that I need now. So, yeah.
Modes, yeah.
Dude is basically Cosmic Garo.
Is that another one of your anime references, Nico?
Yeah.
Okay, I figured.
Essentially, he can do mode changes as shake. It's a martial arts thing where you fight like different types of animals, but Garo doesn't think that's cool. He doesn't like it, so he called some modes.
How about you, Jared? You do the internal monologue or dialogue or whatever?
Yeah, I do all that. Yeah, conversations, visual, and like talking to myself or talking to myself like, oh, I need to do such and such. Arguments, yeah.
Oh, like planning out your day sort of thing?
Yeah, like sometimes I'm like automatic pilot. I don't have to think about it, but I'm like, oh, I need to do the dishes or I need to do something. I'll like,
yeah,
it'll pop in my brain, but usually yeah, I don't know. I can turn it off easily. Like at night, there's no voices in my head keeping me up or anything.
Lucky.
Who said lucky?
What's up?
So your brain is on fire at night when you're trying to sleep in?
Yeah, it's because I do a lot of conservation during the day.
So, Jared, were you always able to do that at night, or was that something you learned?
To not have voices? Is that what you're...
Right, to quiet down the voices.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
The voices are loud.
Do you sleep with white noise?
No.
No.
I got, when I was a kid, man, I'd get angry at the crickets outside my window. So I used to sleep with earplugs, complete quiet. And then I'm older now, so my ears ring, so I just have like ringing in my ears. So I guess I've built in white noise. So that helps.
Benjamin, what does the white noise question reference to? Is that
just Annie was talking about how she's using it to silence her thoughts.
Oh.
She's just focusing on something sensory to...
Some people are able to do it visually, like they could just look at a candle flame and they just focus on that one thing and the thoughts quiet. But for me, I can only do it through audio. So when I listen to the white noise, that's the only thing I'm doing. I'm just listening. That's where all my focus goes. And so then the thought mechanism turns off.
What about you, Adele? Do you have internal monologues? Dialogues?
Yes, I'm resolving the day's other issues in my head, right? Like, kind of whatever problems that exist, things that have been unsolved. I'm just using that as extra time to solve these problems.
Does it take on like a verbal, like words when you do that?
Yeah.
Always words? Are you going, Claire? Bye.
Well, it's always words.
Chores. See
All
you
right,
guys
bye,
later.
Annie.
Bye.
Thanks for coming.
I
Nice meeting you.
Bye.
It's always words integrated with like visuals. It's like more like a movie,
Yeah, I don't know.
voiced over movie.
Same.
David, do you have what I have? Like
Same.
just the thoughts without words, without visuals?
I mean, I do have an explanation for why that would be.
thoughts without words or visuals.
Yeah, just thoughts, like just thinking things through.
Sure, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm unsure what you mean. Is it like I'm unsure, like thoughts without visuals? Like, what do you? You're going like or I don't-
Just nonverbal processing things out.
It's like an
Yeah.
impressionistic expression of what the data is. Just like a vision of the convergence of the things without necessarily having lexical rules and structure and the actual words describing them, but you have an image and visuals that describe
No
the words.
visual, yeah.
I have
not,
that.
not visual. You have that,
I do
Jared?
that.
Not
too.
visual?
Oh, Nico?
Yeah, I do that. It's a lot like Adele's, where it is a movie of there's both going on in there.
Yeah, okay.
It's mostly words for me, but you say
So-
Benjamin no visuals? Then what is it like?
Just thoughts. Yeah.
Is it words?
No, not words, just thoughts.
Dude is actually voices from Oblivion. Not even God, just Oblivion.
Wait, so is it voices? Is it vocal?
No,
How
no
can you
words, no vocal, just thoughts.
How can you have thoughts without any words? That just sounds weird.
Oh, you know that's possible. You just do it visually, but if it's not
I-
visually,
I-
then what is it?
Eventually,
Are
I
they
can put them into words maybe at some point, but for the most part, it's just
Yeah.
thoughts.
Wait.
they're building.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're like
Is it a
sensations.
frequency?
Yeah.
No sensations, no thoughts.
My take on this, like there's all this debate right now, like because it came out a few years ago that some people don't have an internal monologue and all that stuff. Isn't it some of it just that we're not really all that aware of what our own brains are doing? That like, to sit down and like try to write out a list of like, okay, right now this is what my brain's doing, and later it's doing that. Like, isn't some of it just that we
Some people do that, yeah.
use different
There's a
words
bass
to
guitar.
describe what it is that our brain is doing, and we don't really know. Like it's a bit
Nice.
of a black box and a mystery, or no?
Wait,
Some
Benjamin, I
people
want to
are
focus
obsessive
in.
about their own mental processes and track them and follow them and talk about them.
Do they?
Not some people are obsessive about that, yeah.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Benjamin, I want to like more clearly define what do you mean by thoughts?
I mean, if I could put them into words, I would and explain them. It's just thoughts. David, do you have that too? You know what I'm talking about?
I think I know
like
what you're talking about.
But
It's
what
like you're
does
just-
thought mean? You're describing like an outcome of it, right? A potential outcome, but you can't define something by a potential outcome.
Thoughts are not outcomes for TI.
No, sure. That's not about that, right? You're defining something by its potential outcome. Like if I was to say that money, define money by happiness, right? I wouldn't understand what money is. I'd only understand what happiness is. So you're
But those
saying
are all
thoughts
words.
something-
Yeah, those are all words.
I feel like
That's
I
after you
understand.
verbalize it.
it's like an
Yeah, so I
intuition
want you to
thing. It's
define
not-
it. I want you to define what do you mean by thoughts.
Here, I think I know.
It,
Maybe
it
it's like
can be causality, because it can be causality, but it's not
Wait.
necessarily causality.
Oh my! It's like I think I have something like
So
about
like
that.
it's not. There's no lexical element. There is no like word element. There's no visual element. Then what is it? Is it heat? Are you experiencing heat?
It's information. It's thoughts.
Okay,
It always
information.
Oh, I think I know what he's
So
talking
it is
about.
words.
I do that. No, it's not words.
Well, like you could
It
think
is
about
not.
math, for example. You could count in your head and think about without the words. You can without visualizing numbers or things. You can do math in your head.
When you do
It's
that,
like
so
it's
you're-
background.
So it's concepts. So it's concepts.
it's
Think of it as-
are you
implicit.
just throwing the thread, like the problem needs to be solved back to some part of your brain that you're not really aware of, and the answer pops back? So you like you didn't really feel like you thought it.
Sometimes that happens. Yeah, I know what you're
I feel
talking
like
about. You
it's
put it
like,
on the back burner, and then all of a sudden it gets solved.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Or like,
incubation.
or you could be talking about like the state of no mind. Like you go and like do your laundry or drive your car to the store, and you don't remember doing it or thinking about it, what you did in any way.
That happens too. Yeah, sometimes. You just
There's all
autopilot.
these
You autopilot
categories.
through things. Yeah,
There's
you
all these different
autopilot.
ways
through
you
things.
could think about thinking.
Yeah.
So
He has
the
like pure
information
thought,
traveling through your brain.
reasoning.
It's I wouldn't say reasoning, but it's pure
Reasoning
information
sounds
going
right.
through your
Yeah,
brain.
reasoning sounds right.
Where reasoning, the thing about reasoning is within its innate definition is that it's something that can be explained to other people.
That's how you're perceiving it. Yeah. In your TE brain.
Damn.
Is he officially an ENFP now?
He's an ENFP now. That's it. Done. You're
Yep,
you're
you're-
Timothy Charlemagne.
Maybe it's you guys are talking about incubation, where you put ideas on the back burner. You don't need to have thoughts or visuals about them.
Right. Yeah. He's David's taking cognitive psychology in university now, and that's one of the concepts. Incubation, the back burner thing.
Yeah, I'm looking for it, but I don't know where it is.
We can't see you, David. Are you still eating pizza?
I'm eating my own homemade potato chips. I'm almost
All right.
done.
Homemade potato chips.
They were good. I
Nice.
just cut up potatoes and I boiled them, and then I air fried them, and then I made a seasoning.
Nice.
And now they became leftovers. Yeah, I'm just looking. We're basically talking about cognitive psychology. I have this whole book on it. So I'm trying to
I
find
think-
something we could use here.
I think Binyamin has among the purest forms of thought. It's based off of how he describes it. It is just
Yeah,
pure
right.
reasoning. And that thing, I know for myself that only happens like that doesn't happen all the time, where it's not like it's weird. I can't describe it. It is
Yeah, here
it
we
is
go.
like
I got
it is outer
something.
space.
It's just
No,
like
yeah, it's
levels.
not outer space. It's just my normal state of being. Like I think that's just
Well,
natural.
My normal state of being is outer space for me.
Okay.
But
Well, that's you. Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
I'm
We're talking
trying
about
to like
Binyamin.
contextualize it and like okay, like what the fuck. I'm like, do I, because I'm like thinking to myself, do I do this, and in what way could I relate this?
You
to-
can
to-
click the
I'm
link. You
sorry.
can join us, Tanya.
Only meant today.
But
And
like,
Annie was just on. It's
Well, when
just
you guys
are
processing stuff, when you
Yeah,
guys
I
are
do think
processing
it is
stuff,
pure thought. I do think what he's doing is pure thought.
Sorry. What are you talking about, Greg?
oh yeah, like when you guys are processing stuff, do you sometimes use symbols or words in your mind that would
Symbols
be,
and words are the same thing to me.
no, but
Yeah.
I didn't finish my sentence. That would be like gibberish to other people, and when you have to try to like explain what you've been thinking about, you have to think of like, okay, well, I've been labeling this as this word or this symbol, and now I have to like think about
No.
how to actually
Yeah,
say
no.
that to other humans because I've just
No,
been,
no, it's not. It's not.
throwing this thing
So
around.
gibberish is even gibberish is verbal. So this is pre-verbal.
No, but I mean, I guess I'm talking about a different thing. Like I don't totally understand
Yeah.
the thing you're talking about, so I'm kind of
Yeah.
I'm kind of talking about a different thing that I do understand that might be similar. Like
Right. Yeah.
like I'm processing things and I've put some kind of label on a concept or idea or something that I'm using.
We
in
don't
my
need you
head,
to be
but
smart.
like it's nonsense in the real world. So I have to like, if I'm going to talk about it, I have to like try to find a term. But I can talk about it just fine as myself.
I call it reasoning from the beyond.
Exactly.
That's
There
because
you go. You're probably smarter than us, Tanya. You should join up. Sorry, I'm talking to the chat, guys. Yeah. So it's pre-verbal. I don't know. David,
That's
you have this,
reasoning
right?
from the
Like your
beyond.
TI head. You should have this too, right?
Yeah. No, I see it in my TI. I see it in other people's TI heads. It's our natural state of being. So that's it.
Yeah.
We're always just thinking. It doesn't have to be verbal or images. It's always there.
oh, I
Here's one maybe one way I can classify it. Like this is not exactly it, but I can say it's like the hunch of the intuition. It's just like sometimes you have a hunch about it. You can't explain a hunch. You just kind of
So it's like the equivalent in TI, the TI hunch. I don't know.
sure the TI hunch.
It's
Yeah.
but it's work. Like it's not like you're actually doing something. You are
Right.
actually processing something.
Right.
Yeah. It's not just a hunch.
Yeah. I was reading about the levels of processing. You can
Okay.
have like shallower processing or deep processing. And what it sounds like is like the shallow processing doesn't take much like effort, but then as you get into the deep processing, you're using more like verbal and more concentrated thought at that thought, whatever it is. So you might
I
have
think
to
I
use,
found the asymmetry. I think I found.
Yeah,
the-
turning the thought into words is a process. It's difficult. It's a difficult
yeah.
process, but I do get to that point where I have to turn the thoughts into words.
Oh, I'm having a lot of O's and Ahs. I know, observer freak out, but
It's not you're just learning.
I am learning a lot, and
Both.
on like how my own thoughts work and how other people's work, and it's like I do think I have a similar thing as you, Binyamin, except it is a combination, but it's weird because I can only describe somebody's thoughts and like based off of how like my own would work. It's very subjective. My thinking is very, very subjective.
Wait, I found the asymmetry. The asymmetry was in that I was innately. I didn't know about that, I guess. But I was innately like interlinking thoughts with imagination. But I guess what you're doing is thoughts without imagination. You're just not imagining it, but you're still thinking it through.
Yeah, I mean, imagination is a tool I think that you can use in order to clarify thoughts. Does that make sense? Is that right, David?
Yes, that makes sense. I'm not David.
I'm not the expert
Sorry.
on it, but there's like you shouldn't think there's a difference between thinking something and doing something.
You
So,
shouldn't think that. Why not?
I don't know. That's something I read in Carl Jung's book, so probably you shouldn't trust it. But he said that once. Yeah, it's just they're the same. So yeah, thinking and doing.
So you guys all have like Jared. You have all words. There's no thoughts without words. It's all linguistic thoughts.
Yeah, like if I need to solve something, it's just rhyming, not like logically expressing. Like if I'm gonna do a math problem, I'm like, okay, 2 plus this, carry the 1, okay, and then that's the answer. Like it does. There's no intuition that would.
You have but you have got steps. You've got steps
Yeah.
in that. Yeah, that specific one has steps in the thought. Yeah.
Yeah. So like,
But you have to verbalize it, or you can just think through it.
if I'm gonna solve something, I think I verbalize it in my head.
Interesting. Okay.
Oh,
So it sounds like you have, like,
God, I'm doing that.
it sounds like you have like constant subconscious epiphanies, like in TI world, just like constantly.
Like what I'm doing, I guess you could say. I'm just, oh,
Ah. Fire one really puts the I in NI.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm really,
No, don't apologize. Adele is an ass. That's it.
well, the thing is that I don't. I
That
don't
was
wanna
a
be
small
like
watermelon,
this.
Adele. I mean, I can see why it's done, and you're depressed about it being done.
You really have a
had,
thing
I
against the
bet
small
you wish you had some
watermelon,
homemade
don't you?
chips.
By the way, if you can hear, there is stuff in here. I'm not just drinking an empty can.
Okay, so let's do a topic change.
Sure. Yeah, this one's hard.
Yeah. You said you had something prepared, David.
Go. What?
Yeah, you said you had something prepared. You can prepare something.
I can.
Yes, I am an ass. I agree. I am an ass. Oh, you're shutting down Austin yesterday? Thank you. I don't know
Oh,
if I shut
yeah.
him down. Did you see that?
I did watch that. Yeah.
Okay.
I commented. I was just
Is
like,
that because his audio
"Watch
is
this
so
kid?"
bad?
Yeah. Like if you want to learn how to type in INTJ, go watch that. It's about like 18 minutes or something. He comes in and just like, the login, man, the login. And like, yeah, and
Yeah.
he keeps going. Yeah. Really
Yeah,
good
you
job.
can't make this stuff up. His first website was hilarious. It's just like, Dave goes in the class and he talks about INTJ websites like in a general category of what they're like. And then you go to Austin's website and it's exactly copy and paste from like, he changed
Yeah.
it since then. But yeah, it's like copy and paste. Exactly that.
Wait, what? Wait, what does it look like? Could you like post a link in the chat
No,
or
it
something?
was I can help you make your company more efficient. Here are some testimonials, and all the testimonials have like the same grammar that he's using, and like it's like a picture of some guy he found on the internet, and like a testimonial. It's just hilarious.
True. It's a picture of Willie Mays.
Yeah, and like none of the links work, just exactly the way Dave described it. It's just like 1-to-1.
That
Yeah.
sounds like a horrible website.
Yep.
It's just genius. Just the way that it like matched the patterns were
Now, had
matching.
he prepared this website before Dave said this, or
Yes,
did he create this
before he
clarity?
came into ops. Yeah, it was like
Okay.
austinaller.com. We could pull it up now. I'm sure it's dead now. He changed it a few times. Anyways, I've been
Just processing that a lot of us are the same.
processing the tribe. Yeah.
Also, like he said, like a lot of like Dave's biggest problem. He said it's like the login. Like he wouldn't believe him, but like he says like the login is his hardest problem. And then right when Austin joins, he's like, "You know what the hardest thing right now is just this login." Yeah.
The login does suck. I'm not gonna lie. I keep getting booted out. It is true. NI-DOM problems are like they inherently make no sense to others. Because like, what the fuck are you freaking out over? You could be freaking out over so many different things, but it's a fucking login. What the fuck?
Get like an Excel spreadsheet, get your logins all ready. Make sure to share it with the people you're working with. So you can, don't leak
This
it.
is This is why people called me broken.
People call
What was
you
that thing
broken.
about broken? Yeah, what was that thing about broken, David? That you were talking about with Prem.
It's just something I've been having to emotionally process for a while. It's just that feeling that like the people in my life or the people around me or just us as humans in general, we're all sort of broken in some sort of way, and it's just very hurtful that we're all like doing something wrong. I don't. It's just it's a hard thing to explain, but
It's a
sad thing because like I don't want it to be that way, but then I keep getting evidence that it is that way, and so it's bad to me.
I should give you advice, but like part of me wants to tell you to be careful with that train of thought because you guys are going to think I'm nuts. I'm a pastor, and
yeah, go for it.
That becomes like the toxic version of Christianity that people are like,
right?
Holy crap, Christianity is like the worst because they told me I'm broken, and now like,
Damn.
I need to be fixed, and I'm like all screwed up, and you see people like in therapy because they had some pastor that's like, you guys are all broken, you're all, you're all garbage, you're all just crap because what Adam and Eve did, and it's a toxic variation of Christianity, and I don't know
but
who
that's
you're being influenced by to start to think about this brokenness.
Yeah,
but like I think that I would challenge that from my processing. I would challenge that maybe there's a healthier way to see what people are going through. That like it's something like brokenness, but brokenness is a word that can really cause a lot of harm.
Yeah. So your association there, I know what you're talking about, but that's like an innate brokenness, like that you can't escape. That's like that's like something that is just built, like a part of. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I just noticed it because I really police myself around using the word broken.
Yeah.
when I'm.
I think what
if I'm
David is
talking or
referring
preaching
to
people,
more.
because the implication
Yeah.
from the other side is really, really bad. Like you're saying, anybody that's not experienced what I've experienced is broken. Like you could like really cause some bad trauma to people doing that.
I understand you feel very strongly about
Yeah.
this,
So
but
Prem
I'm not
answered.
sure
This
if
is
this
what
is what
Prem
he's
answered.
talking about.
Yeah, this is what
No,
Prem
it's probably
answered.
not what he's talking about.
Speak,
It's
you're not a
probably
bug.
just transference in my own mind. You know, like it's probably
Yeah,
just,
yeah. It's the way you're associating
that's
it
a
with
thread that
your
connects
past.
for
Yeah.
me. So
Yeah.
so it just sets off a caution light in my brain, like
Yeah.
to be careful of labeling people as broken, because they might take that into themselves and be like, I am broken. I don't know.
Oh, that's
That's
that's happened to
that's
me.
DE. Yeah, that's DE, Craig.
Is it?
Yeah, yeah. Getting an image of who you are from the tribe and how they're talking about you.
Hmm.
Yeah. And being careful with that. Like, be careful how you label others because they can internalize that.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I'd agree. But that's not the
Yeah,
point.
that's not something that we process. That's not something that I think about.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like in my own communication, I land a lot. Well, for a while, I haven't done it lately. For a while, it was trending for me to land a lot on the word alienation, and kind of the old categories of, you know, man versus God, man versus nature. That there's this alienation, there's this inherent conflict between things where things are not in harmony, they're in disharmony. Because I find that's softer than talking to people about like sin, because people have all kinds of associations with what sin is. But I can say it's alienation. There's a separation. There's a thing that is in disharmony. But I avoid saying that it's broken, because I don't want to put people in a place of trauma.
I see
I
what
don't
you
know.
mean.
It's something I continually process myself too.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
I
you're
wouldn't
good.
tell other people that it's. I don't like. I'm not trying to like tell other people they're broken. And like,
Mhm.
it's more like I could see myself this way, and then it maybe gets projected onto other people. Um, yeah, Benjamin, you have a thought brewing over there?
Yeah, I got a couple. Yeah, so I hear all the Oh, sorry, Jared. Did you have something first?
I was just gonna bring up what do you guys mean by broken? Because
Yeah,
it's ambiguous, and
it is ambiguous.
I just think like what others were saying in the chat is like part of the human condition. I think we're a tribal species, and we have the tribe's needs, and we have our own needs, and it's sort of like a DI to DE swing. All societies like that, and then in the modern era, we don't have like a small tribal group that's a cohesive thing, and it feels broken. I guess that's how you would define broken, is if you're not incorporated into a system or a narrative or a thing that's going to help you survive.
That's how you're associating. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's what I think of.
Huh.
Is
I'm just
this
very cognizant about telling people that they're inadequate in some way, especially kids. That I think that it's a dangerous narrative. Like some of my fellow Christians who are more fundamentalist than me would hear David say, "I feel like I'm broken. I feel like everything's broken." They'd be like, "Let's run with that. I've got an answer. You know,
Yeah.
Here's my sales pitch." And
Right.
I'm like a little bit more. I've deconstructed and broken down some of the ways I think, and reflected and read and ripped into things, and I'm like, well, maybe that's not such a healthy way to think about. I don't know, like to think about those sorts of things, and
Yeah.
I'm
It
gonna
sounds
leave
like
it
there's a
there 'cause
wound.
I'm
Like it sounds
running
like there's
dry
a
on
wound
thoughts.
there. Like what you're talking about is very DE. Like feeling inadequate, not good enough. Associating brokenness with identity is dangerous for DE. All that stuff is probably true. I think
oh, sorry.
yeah. So I think I like the fact that it's a bit ambiguous, the broken thing, because there are different ways that we are trying to get better. We're trying to improve ourselves. So like broken could be just refer to our imbalances. It could refer to some kind of lacks that we have, some kind of
Well, lack is a good word. You're
yeah.
back, like that's like alienation. Lack is a good word. And I guess now I'm thinking I've taken what David was saying, and I've made it into my whole own thing that I'm talking about.
Right.
And now I'm thinking I want to like spin back the time and be like, forget about everything I just said. I'm wondering what David is actually trying to say.
Yeah, no, but
like,
that's good. It's good that you
what does all this
shared how
actually
you
mean to you?
associated to it too. Yeah, and it's good that
Oh,
Jared
yeah.
shared how he associated to it. Yeah, it's interesting to see how different people interpret that. But yeah, so I would say if I were to reword it, I would say we're imperfect. We have imperfections. Is that better, David? Rather than
Yeah.
being broken, we have imperfections, and you're trying to find out how to fix those imperfections.
Right.
I mean, maybe
Yeah.
David's okay with broken. I don't know.
Because
I messed it all up, but he might say.
well, didn't you guys describe in last chat that TI is like some sort of purity?
Oh,
It's like
sterile.
ascribing
Sterile.
for it's like yeah, it's ascribing for sterilization. So if TI is seeing something dirty in the environment and with other people, it's seeing that, wouldn't it like want to sterilize it? And that's also that's like the same thing as looping back to Binyamin's thoughts of that is pure sterile thoughts. Is that and that's kind of what I've been processing.
So DI is processing a lot about DI processes a lot about self and a lot about FI does this more, I think, about their own desires and how they can control their own desires. So like sometimes you're gonna let's say you want sugar and you don't want to want sugar. And so you have to process all of the beliefs you have and all of the things that underlie why you want sugar. And fixing that is like getting out of the state of being quote unquote broken, like making yourself less imperfect. And it's a subjective way of viewing imperfection, because it's like, who cares if you want sugar? Like someone else could want sugar. Someone could be diabetic and they need sugar. Someone could be diabetic and they don't want sugar, right? It's like it's a subjective way of perfecting yourself, but I think that's what you're referring to, right, David? Something more along those lines?
Yeah, to some degree. Yeah. If I were to like try to clarify a little bit about what I'm meaning, is just like one, it's just a thing I'm emotionally in processing. That like I just process that and it helps me get the emotions out. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. It's just something I feel. So I don't really know if it's right or not. But if I were to like try to like get down to the logic of it, it does feel like, from what I've seen with like a lot of religious themes, like across all of them, like they're all like saying this same thing, that there's some like barrier that's like keeping you from some barrier that keeps people from Jesus, or something in their mind.
Their
that
optimal pathway. Yeah, that's something Deanna was processing too. She was always processing, where did I stray off my optimal pathway?
Right.
Like I had an optimal pathway through my life, and where did I stray, and why did I stray? And instead of saying like, how can I change myself in order to not stray in the future off of my optimal pathway, she was processing more on how is society, how is society structured to have people generally overall stray from their optimal pathway? Because like this is a major, like a broad epidemic, not just a personal struggle. Yeah,
it's not just happening with one person, but yeah, that's why like I went to church all the time growing up, so I have that's my background, and like the connections between, like, I'd still like watch the sermons, and the connections between what they say and then like kind of what happens in the ops community or other religious things, it's like the sensory is completely different, but the conceptual understanding and where what it's pushing people to do is like the same exact thing. It's like this. It's like almost the same thing. And so it seems to be somewhere along with the word broken, you know, it's a bad connotation. But it was what Craig was saying, where it's like, yeah, you're everyone's broken. You guys are broken. You got to work on yourself. You got to fix yourself. You're the problem. And
Yeah, that
but
makes me come back to what I was thinking. It's like built into our psychology. Like you got to think of. I think was it E.O. Wilson? He said that people are like 90% apes and like 10 or 20% insects. So we're like a hive. You got to think of all of humanity as like a hive,
yeah,
and we all feel like a niche, like the queen bee, the whatever. And then we're like just built to survive. So we have tons of bets. There's bets going all the time of different people with different psychology. And if you survive and reproduce, that bet wins and proliferates.
yeah.
Jared,
it seems
Jared,
to
you're
work.
terrifying me because I've been struggling lately
like
with
that.
thinking of the world as a bunch of ants, and it terrifies me. It's an
Why
intrusive
is it?
thought that I'm trying to get rid of. The idea that we could just be like a
Is
bunch
it
of creatures trying to organize ourselves like
does it
ants
like
or
destroy
bees.
your
Like basically what you just described is my nightmare that I'm trying to get rid of. And
Well, why
and
why is that your nightmare?
does that
I hate
destroy
that.
your
I hate
world
that
that
worldview.
way?
Like I don't want to see the world that way. That just seems so hopeless to me. But I do see it that way
Does that
sometimes, and it annoys me.
I think it's
Well,
about
why
it's a
why do
valuable
you hate that?
perspective to it's a valuable perspective, I think, to try to parse through things. I don't think it's like the ultimate truth and that's how we all should see the world, but it's definitely one way to look at things. Yeah.
Yeah, it is one way of looking at things. and
Here, I'll try to say it in a different way. But one thing I've read in Carl Jung's books is he says that like we're all supernumeraries on like the world stage. So like we're all just playing some sort of role, some sort of part in the entire world.
Yeah, it's also perspective, yeah. That's
That's
like
Shakespeare
that's
said that too.
positive, David.
like yeah, yeah.
Yeah. The
My-
the way
David,
I see it is
the other word that goes along with brokenness that I see in faith a lot, even influenced by Christianity and the faith world. The other word that I see that goes along with that is worthless, where people, and it sets off the same alarms where people have been told like you're worthless without Christ or you're worthless without
yeah.
this
No,
or
no,
that.
broken isn't
And
worthless. Broken is
and,
worth something, just not
and
working.
I always try to reframe that as
Yeah.
we're worth a lot because that's why Christ wanted to do it. All the parables about the lost coin and that have a value ascribed to us. So I think sometimes worthless and brokenness to me sound like bad theology, and that's where it triggers me because I see it
Yeah.
causing a lot of damage in our world.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what about the ants? Why were you so afraid of the ants?
Yeah, that's
Why are you stuck on the edge?
Should I call you the fiery one, or who should I call
It's
you?
Nico.
Should I call
You
you?
can call me Nico.
Okay, Nico. So I think for me, I live on the precipice between scientific and Christian worldview. I can
Ooh.
like a atheistic scientific worldview and a Christian worldview where my brain is such that I'll sometimes start processing through things one way or the other way, and I kind of flip back and forth, which is really weird, but I do. And for me, aspects of an atheistic scientific worldview terrify me. So I always try to like integrate them because I crave meaning in my life, and I'm afraid of the vastness of meaninglessness. I'm a little
Well,
bit scared of that abyss. I'm kind of a person who's been a continual existential crisis on and off throughout my whole life, and
Would you say
that
this is a broken feature of your personality?
yeah, probably, and that aspect. There's that yin and yang where that aspect of existential crisis drives me deep into meaning search and interest in religious and spiritual and mystical things. So there's the two of
well,
them.
do you think that
I've done that.
fear of death or anything? Because I get in this conversation with my brother, and he can't fathom not having like an afterlife. So I'm wondering, like that fear doesn't break your worldview in a way that it makes it so that you're scared. The fear of death like bubbles up and hits you. Is that?
I'm more afraid of insignificance, like
Yeah.
on a meaning level. That I'm just a bunch of ones and zeros. Like I don't want to be an ant. I don't want to. I want to be a spiritual being and integrated into a story of meaning in some way. I'm part of as a Christian. I become part of the Christian narrative, and it's worth a lot to me. And
Yeah.
if I lose that entirely and become a part of the like really big ant narrative that's just running around on the earth, it's kind of
Hey,
something I'm trying to avoid.
Well,
I watched
I guess that's where the shadow
Starship
stuff comes
Troopers
in,
the
right?
other night, and they killed all those bugs. So
well, you look at say we look at the ant thing, right? Well, then I I I would look and I'd ask myself, okay, why ants? Okay, well, if it's all ants, then it is. If it's
social,
all
it's the
if it's
social
all
aspects, not necessarily ants.
Yeah, it doesn't have to
if it
necessarily be ants. It's an
The
analogy.
social
Yeah.
aspect of
well
ants, like wasp, that structure
no
talking about.
no, I understand. I'm just using that analogy of okay, why ants? Why social mechanism? It's the same thing. Ants, wasps, humans, whatnot. It's the same concept there. But what I was trying to say is okay. Well, why that? Why is there a fear there?
Are you
Or
going to answer it, or do
say
you want an answer?
I'm gonna answer it. I'm just
Oh,
kind of
that okay. So
building.
you're okay. So it's not
I'm
a.
building.
It's a rhetorical question. I got you.
Yeah. Well, did I say I asked myself or no?
No, because like
That
it's obvious to me, but you can answer it anyways.
you will. Well, I answer. Well, I asked like, okay, why this? Well, you go further into the whys, and
I think
essentially
he's
you get
showing you his window.
onto
Yeah, look,
He's
you
showing.
down a
essentially
little bit more. I see all the bugs on the
I see all
windows
the
now.
ants. Yes,
There
there
we
they are.
go.
There we go. That's the
Are those
white
life
ants.
size? Oh, they're
nice.
huge.
Well, essentially you get to all the whys, and it's like it loops you around to okay, well, life is something that's trying to survive. Why is it trying to propagate? Why is it trying to move forward? What is the meaning of this? You go further, and it's like, okay, well, because this, or this. Well, don't those things mean the same thing? Whether it's the Big Bang,
Oh, yeah.
universe, God, or whatnot?
Nice.
And it's like, okay, well,
You're a
once you
collector. You're
get
collecting
there,
this stuff. Did you do it yourself?
No,
No.
did I lose people?
No, no. You can keep talking. I'm just looking at his ants or his bugs.
Nice.
So
Well,
that's a beetle. That looks like a beetle.
yeah, they're all beetles.
Oh, okay.
essentially you can lose yourself into this fear of existentialism, but then you gotta go, but then I like you'd go full circle and be like, okay, well, it's because God. For you it would be God. It'd be with your Christian viewpoint, and that's okay. And it's the unknown. For many it can be a scary thing, and I'm not sure if you're afraid of the abyss or whatnot. But I know you tend to need God, or yeah, I know you said you need God or whatnot to kind of give you that meaning. And what I'm essentially what I'm essentially trying to say is once you loop it back all around, once you take a sip from the glass of the natural sciences, you begin to lose God, but you'll find God at the bottom once you finish that glass, and you realize it goes full circle. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a bit. I'm trying to be a bit of info dom here.
No, I know. I think I know what you're saying. You're talking about how, like, a lot of people get into the Newtonian physics and they get very very frustrated, and they get into basic evolution stuff and they get very frustrated, and then all of a sudden they encounter things like quantum physics and things like the Fermi paradox and things like trying to understand how we could possibly have free will, and all of a sudden you realize, wow, there's mysteries in the world. gain, and as long as there's mysteries, I can have hope that all this stuff's meaningful.
Yeah, and it's
Is that what
like,
you're saying?
in a sense,
I
but
never related to physics as
I'm-
something cold or distant from.
it wasn't. It isn't. I don't believe it is.
Yeah, cool. So I never like in high school. The first time I saw physics, it's just like blew my mind. It's like wow, like you can look at things in like one way and you get an answer, and you look at them in a different way and you get the same answer, and like it's like a symphony. Things just sort of like there's reason behind the world. There's like there's order and structure. And
Yeah, that part of
for
it's
me,
amazing.
it just I just remember the first time seeing that. It was just like blew my mind, and it was just like fell in love with physics. Yeah.
And all of these are tools of understanding and tools of essentially finding
Yeah,
truth.
metaphors.
And
Anyway.
honestly,
yeah,
man.
I wanted to go back to the broken thing. So on the level on the level of imperfection, it's like it seems like a necessary feature the way Annie is talking about it, relating it to Prem. It seems like a necessary feature because if we were perfect, then there wouldn't be change, there wouldn't be growth, there wouldn't be anything to strive for. Like it's the imperfection that allows for existence to have meaning, I think. And yeah, without imperfection, there's no meaning to our existence. There's nothing to do. There's no reason to be. Yeah.
You're giving me flashbacks to the season finale of The Good Place.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh yeah,
Is that what they said there?
yeah.
It was
you live
similar
it.
to that.
Yeah, you live like a great afterlife, and so how do you give the afterlife meaning? Well, you do the same thing as you do on Earth. You give a way out. So
A way
they
out?
let you leave. They let you die in the afterlife.
Yeah, at the end they had to die in order for their lives to have meaning. They couldn't find any meaning without death.
Yeah, that's also true. Yeah.
Death drives ideology. Honestly, it's the fear. It all goes back to the fear of death and the fear of insignificance.
Nico, you're giving me flashbacks of what's that book called? Shoot! Oh, it was in my brain. That's gone.
The worm at the core.
No.
Either way it goes, it's a good book. It's really good. I still need to read
Miguel
it.
de Unamuno. Miguel Unamuno, the Tragic Sense of Life. You're gonna be. Maybe you don't know it. I don't know, but I read that with my atheist friend one time because he was trying to deconvert me, and it was interesting. But
deconvert, is that a thing?
Or I don't know. He was trying to. I don't know.
He was trying to break you.
We were deep in discussion, and he thought that was the book that we needed to read, so we did. But it's referenced in that one of the Star Trek. I don't know. Whatever. I'm off topic again. Back to
the way it goes.
I want to know about Jared's Beatles. What are those about? Jared seems like an interesting dude. You got a bass guitar, a really nice bass guitar, some Beatles.
Yeah, I bird watch, and I like nature and plants and stuff like that. So.
Do you have a lava lamp too, like Craig?
I have a what?
A lava lamp.
Oh no.
So where do you get Beatles like that? Somebody makes them for you? You know someone personally, or?
I got these a long time ago. Like, me and my wife, we went to China like in 2006 or 7, and I got a whole bunch of them. They were super cheap.
They were cheap in China. Okay.
Yeah, they were super cheap in China.
Go figure.
Were you interested in Beatles, or you just thought those ones were cool and then got them?
Yeah, well, I like nature, and so they're all Beatles, and they're just
I'm trying to remember the statistics. I think Beatles have like a lot of species.
Yeah, there's like 10,000 or
like
12,000.
One of the most, yeah.
Yeah, it's like the most numerous.
Most numerous, yeah.
Species on the planet, yeah. So.
3,500,000 species.
3,500,000.
Yeah.
Very good to
3,500,000.
collecting, bro.
Yeah.
There are
I think
30. Okay, so there are 30,000 that are known, but the estimate is 3,500,000.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I just like nature, and I got like guidebooks of, like, I like to go bird watching, and I got like hummingbird feeders all around my house to watch them. And
I have a question. Why do you like nature?
I don't know.
Okay.
Why don't you like nature, Nico?
Oh, I do. I love nature. I'm just asking
Yeah.
why. Why is always a fun question to ask. Somebody likes something, or do they just like it to like it, or do they have a reason behind it?
Yeah, ever since I was like 5 years old, I've liked birds. So
Ah, well, that's nice. Nature is a very fascinating mechanism.
yeah, I live in Utah, so we have lots of mountains around and hiking and a whole bunch of other stuff. So
Also, hey, I just thought of something. I know I keep apologizing a lot for like doing my shit, and again, it comes to self-awareness, but also it comes to the fear of that I may be seen as a bad person by just talking about myself all the time, and
I've never seen you
I
as
want
a
to be a
bad
good
person for that, Nico. I don't think anyone's ever seen you as a bad person for that. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I do not wish to invoke rage.
I don't think you do it on purpose. But like it does take away from the conversation sometimes. And I think you're trying to get better, and you are kind of getting better. You're a little bit hard on yourself sometimes, but no, you're doing good. Yeah, keep working on it. What's good is like if you can answer and then throw it to somebody else, if you want to practice on it. But it seems like that's what you want to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Well, I'll throw it back to you. Have you had any fears of being
There
seen
you
as a
go.
bad person?
All the time, definitely plagues my existence.
Yeah.
Jared
Well,
too.
it's not.
I see him nodding.
I think that's
David too. David too.
I think
looks
that's a
like
high
it.
TI problem because
Maybe.
I have that, but it's a subtle. It's like it's not at the forefront, but it's like, damn, I'm trying to be a good person, and
Another TI agrees with you here too.
it's also a fear of being broken. Have you had that? Have you guys? Well, this is a talk. We're talking about it, but has it been a fear, like of being fundamentally defective or like messed up in some sort of way, like impure? Is that a fear? Or like viewed
So
by society as broken and unworthy of love, essentially?
I think
I have nightmares that are kind of like that sometimes. It's not something I fixate on a lot when I'm awake, but yeah, it comes out in my subconscious in nightmares that something's happened to me and I can't function, and it's not so much the rejection of people, it's just like I don't do anything anymore, and I'm like, I don't know. It could be part of sleep paralysis too, because I've had that in the past where I half wake up when I'm asleep. So it could be just like the fact that I'm waking up enough to realize I can't move. But yeah, like sometimes when I'm sleeping, I have nightmares that there's something really seriously wrong with me, and I'm just stuck there in the bed.
Ooh, okay. I've had a bit of fears like that too of sleep paralysis. So I don't want to see that bullshit. That isn't quite cool.
Like a nightmare that maybe like something's happened to me and I'm actually laying there in a coma or something, and it's just not done, and I'm laying there and I'm not
well, you're
getting
in
back
one
to
right now.
anything normal whatsoever.
Well, you're
That's
in
a,
one
that's
right
a
now.
nightmare.
You need to
That's
wake
like
up.
a reoccurring nightmare for me.
I shouldn't play with people's nightmares, but I was about to say you're in one. Wake up, but
That's awesome.
Yeah. So processing out the TIs that are agreeing with you, and it looks like Jared's also agreeing. So I think it might be something with self and tribe where we are aware of how we see ourselves. We're not aware of how we're being perceived, and I think it's just in general we don't really know how we're being perceived. But the DE is doing a lot more of that check-in of like, am I okay? Am I okay? Am I okay? And they're getting that reinforcement because they're asking for that all the time. And we're just not asking for that. We're not getting that feedback on, oh, I'm okay, I'm okay. Like the way I did it to you just now, saying like, hey, you're doing really well, you're doing good, that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Yeah. So like I don't think I don't think we're looking for that because that doesn't validate us either. What do you think, Dave?
I try. Oh,
Um, yeah. So how do I deal with feeling like a bad person? Yeah, it's just like it's the fear all the time. And honestly, like one thing that's helped me is that after like I've actually like processed and cried a little bit the emotions, usually what hits me is like how much the tribe actually likes you. And it all just it comes in like a big wave. I'm like, wait, no. And
Well,
yeah,
okay, just because you're a good person doesn't mean the tribe likes you. And just because the tribe likes you doesn't mean you're a good person.
Okay,
Just have to
okay.
put that out there.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
I get it.
So,
But
David,
like,
you sort of it's a wonderful life moment.
Yeah.
but like sometimes the tribe doesn't like you, and that's
The
hard.
whole town gathered up money to save the bank, and you never needed to jump off that bridge. And you guys seen this movie, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Seen it.
I don't know.
That's just what it
It's
reminds me of what you're describing.
Yeah.
That you suddenly realize everybody likes you.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like your
No,
first
I've had
thought
that.
is like people don't like me. I'm weird. I'm doing things that the tribe doesn't like. But like there's a spectrum of it, and you gotta like see it, I guess. And like, but you're not looking at it most of the time, or you're completely unaware or thinking the wrong things. I was recently
And
watching
overcompensating for it too because of
Oh,
the
yeah,
way
yeah.
because of your fears. Yeah.
Yeah, you try to do too much, then yeah, I see
Yeah.
myself.
And then you get rejected because of that. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Because it's like you're
Yeah.
being weird. You're being weird about it. Yeah.
You are. Yes.
Yeah.
Well-
It's like the feelings. If you're unaware of them, they'll make you like you'll think your thoughts are true, but then the feelings will make you like have the wrong logic or something.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like I got to a point where like I can't use the excuse to myself of like, no, the tribe's gonna think I'm weird. No, don't do that. They're not gonna like me. The tribe's gonna hate me. Like I just like don't allow myself to use that as a reason. Like I just like it just because it just hits me all the time every day. I'm like just stop. Like you can't. I'm not allowing myself to use that as a reason. So that's been helpful.
Oh man. Do you mind if I jump in here?
Go for it.
I had the same thing with my autism diagnosis, and with my mother suggesting that I was autistic. I saw how those people got treated essentially, and they were like treated as if they were like hated and invisible and like broken, and I was like afraid of like being seen that way. It's like, yeah, we hate you because you are broken and defective, and like that is why we hate you. And it's like, and for me that's like as a kid, I mean, that was like almost paralyzing, but now it's like, that's not true. You know what I'm saying?
So I found quite the opposite. If you show the cracks in your armor, then people end up liking you more. If you don't show them, if you hide them, then people actually don't like you. They can't relate to you.
Yeah.
The vulnerabilities is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes, and I was like afraid. I was like afraid of that. Like, what if, essentially, the idea of, look, bro, you could be instead of just cracks in your armor could just be a pile of dust, brother. Like, like you know what I'm saying? And then you can just like get completely pummeled by the tribe. Because I mean, I'm gonna be real. I had problems with like bullying growing up, and I was the bully, and I got bullied. It was a binary coin there. Because it always is.
Sounds like karma.
Yes, yes. And I'm not sure which happened first, the chicken or the egg, but it tended to be, hey buddy, what's up? Whap! Or let me wrestle you, like all that, and that can be interpreted as bullying by a lot of people, and that got interpreted as bullying by me. But anyways, side tangent aside, it all came full circle to like the fear of, am I actually just like defective? Am I going insane? Like, what was that? And it like came to a head with my with the realization of my type, and like telling my girlfriend that, and she would, and like, I'm like, look, I figured this out. I've went through the pain of like knowing myself and whatnot. And she's like, that's impossible. You can't know yourself. And I'm like, I figured it out. I found my recurring pattern. I went and did all that. And this is why I'm right. And she said it was like almost narcissistic and sociopathic. And she said, was that even a socially acceptable line of thinking? And that got to me a lot more than
It sounds like it got to, yeah. I mean, so sometimes people say things and you latch onto them. You latch onto what they say as if it's like, and they won't remember it, and they'll think differently of you. But it's like, it could have been in the heat of the moment, or it could have been, she could have just been having a bad day, or all that kind of stuff.
It was. It was.
So
it was mainly me, and it was mainly me projecting a bit of like insecurities onto her, because she essentially, CRG typed her as SI, and I kind of see that as well. But I didn't want to believe that.
Sorry, that's my fault.
Because that would mean that she actually wouldn't be she wouldn't understand me. I wouldn't be understood. And
that's what you're adding up, though. That's what you're.
And that was that's my vortex void brain. That's what it's
your assumption,
doing.
yeah.
And
it's pretty universal. If you're like DI, then like nobody really gets you.
And it's like
nobody gets anybody.
Okay.
Nobody cares. Nobody gets themselves. Like,
yes,
yeah, right?
Essentially. And I was like, no, that is wrong. That is wrong. Look at what you're saying.
Yeah.
You keep telling me that you understand, what I'm saying and whatnot, and yet they typed you as SI, and you believe that. SI would have struggles understanding, and yet you seem to understand completely fine. I'm like, that is completely wrong.
A bit of feedback, Nico. So,
and also,
this is what I encounter all the time as an NI as well. So, like the NEs, they'll always be like, "I got you. Shut up. I got you already. You're saying the same thing over and over again. We got you." Right. So, like, they probably understand you way faster than you understand yourself.
Yeah,
they won't go to the depth,
but not on a deep level at surface. And that's what's annoying.
That's okay. That's okay. You have to be able to accept that. No one wants to understand you on that deep level, except for yourself. It seems like.
Yeah. And that's what I processed.
Yeah.
And I ended up figuring that out. Hey, decider problems, lol. But
right.
I ended up coming to that conclusion. But before that, I ended up talking to my friend who's also autistic, and he goes, "Oh, so you got the you are broken speech too?" Yep, can completely relate. And I'm like, oh my god, I just did. Oh fuck.
So we have an opportunity to ask Claire. He came back for an FI perspective on: are you afraid that people perceive you as a bad person?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
Interesting.
A extremely differentiated way as well. Like
What does that
very,
mean?
very specifically, I'm very, very specific about what it is that they're thinking is bad.
And
So I'm
so,
not
like,
just like, oh no, they think I'm bad because I'm, and then I start thinking about the moral, I get really like
yeah.
exactly what it was, and then I fixate on that.
It's really funny because like the energy is always like pointing at us, like, am I me? Are they seeing me? How are they seeing me? And like we're not seeing that. or maybe we are, and that's the fear. It's like, oh, are they judging me the way that I'm judging them? Maybe that's more of like, oh, I'm judging all of these people as bad people. Do they see me the same way? Oh no, I gotta overcompensate for that. Something like that. No. Yes.
Yeah. The
Fuck.
the more I start seeing other people and like seeing how it works and like actually exposing myself to it, like not just like, hanging out or talking to people or like being in the workplace or whatever, but actually paying attention to what's actually like going on with other people, the more I start to realize that that I'm not what I thought I was, because I have to be something that fits into other people too, and I wasn't fitting myself in. So now that I'm fitting myself in, I have to like rework it.
Oh, hey guys, I'm gonna bounce for just a little.
All right. Later, Nico.
All right.
Peace. I'll be back. Hopefully, I'll be bringing my girlfriend on, and you guys and I can get your perspective on like what type she might be.
Sure.
Nice to meet you, Nico.
Hey, nice to
Alright.
meet you guys too. It's been
See you
fun.
around.
Yeah, I will see you. I'll be back.
Take care.
Bye.
I feel for the if you're autistic and people have no idea what that is, you just get lots of shit, and then or getting shit when someone starts like doing anything like that a psychiatrist should be doing instead, like that's narcissistic or whatever. It's just like people have no idea how much they actually understand that and how much they need to understand it to really be.
You mean like the
something.
labels? What are you talking about?
Like if you throw around that and suggest that something might be narcissistic or whatever to someone when they're trying to process their thing, it's dangerous. That's very risky, because you're putting them into a box that neither of you understand, and it's all the associations with that word are what you're going to think of rather than what it actually means and stuff.
Like the contextualization of it.
Yeah, you're like, because you gotta be careful. It's always a risk to suggest something.
Yeah.
And then like the more that someone's being vulnerable, the more of a risk, obviously.
So that's one thing I see on the
You're talking
NES.
about the danger of diagnosing somebody when you're not qualified to diagnose them, and it's not.
But even
solved,
if
so.
it's not on that
that.
level of diagnosis, it's still suggestion. People typecast each other and themselves, and now they'll have that box going on.
Yeah. No. So what I'm seeing this on the NESI axis a lot, where you guys are always trying to contextualize your lives, contextualize events, contextualize everything into some kind of narrative, some kind of story, and going over it again, trying different context, trying to recontextualize it, finding. Yeah. And so like if someone comes in and gives you a context for that, this is who you are, this is the context, then it can interfere with your own contextualization of yourself, something like that.
Sure.
Sure.
Like that. Yeah.
Well, I think it's universal. What Claire's saying is that
Yeah.
putting a label on a person, if there's not a good strategic reason to put that label on the person, like you're, a doctor or something like that, or somebody who's offering treatment, just the label itself can be really damaging.
The label, yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. But I'm also saying, like, you don't have to use the label. Like, you could, like, suggest to Nico that there's something wrong with what he's doing because it's self-centered. You don't have to use a label, but you just the fact that you're making a suggestion is like he's being vulnerable. I'm using him as an example. I do this too. This happens to me too. I get like people like they're like, oh, so that just means you're selfish or whatever, and I'm like,
yeah, but if he's looking to grow, then are we not supposed to help him with that?
So Nico's harder on himself, I think, than other people are. Like just like from a few streams ago, just seeing how how hard he is on himself about this stuff. So he doesn't want to do the patterns that he's doing. Sorry, Nico, if I'm talking about you when you're not here. Correct me afterwards. But so he doesn't want to do those patterns that he's doing, and then whenever we call him out and remind him on that, he's like, oh shit, I'm doing it again. And then he's getting hard on himself. But like, I think it's helpful to get that feedback externally so that he can be more aware of when it's actually happening. And like not in an intrusive way, not in an abusive way, but more like just hey, by the way, you're doing it again. Because he wants to grow out of that. It's like helping him. Yeah.
I think there's a deeper human problem that goes beyond just labeling somebody as a narcissist or autistic or whatever word you end up trying to put on them. When you spend a lot of time around somebody who's a difficult person, you start to come out with your strategies for managing that person so that you don't make yourself crazy because of the difficulty they're causing you. But sometimes those strategies can either be really insulting or really damaging to the person because you don't actually know what you're doing, what effect what you're doing has on them. You're just coming up with a way to try to like figure out, oh, is this person angry today? If they're angry, I need to direct them like this, or I need to try to manage this person's emotions, or
part of it too is
in the person's head.
Part of it too is dismissing the person, because like we don't process, like I don't process myself that deep, and to be around someone who processes themselves that deep, I can see how like someone would want to dismiss that and just be like, oh, you're just being narcissistic. And then like that's not for him. That's for me to be able to dismiss him. You know what I mean? I'm not calling him narcissistic, but I'm like trying to put myself in the shoes of his girlfriend, for example. And like that would allow me to stop processing him. Cause like, I clearly don't want to process somebody to that degree of depth, even if they are my significant other, because I don't want to process myself to that degree of depth. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, that's the kind of DE exposure I need to see that that's what's happening to me when I'm trying to overprocess. I'm trying to process with someone who's doesn't want to go that far.
Right.
Because I can't see how.
Right. And so when they come at you with a label, Claire, then they're not doing that like to help you process yourself. They're not in your world. Hey, I'm going to help you process you. They're doing that to dismiss you so they don't have to process you or feel bad about like not processing you.
We put people in boxes to keep ourselves safe.
Yeah.
Like Nico seems cool. I don't know. I haven't spent a lot of time around him, but on here he seemed cool. He was good to interact with. He seemed like a positive guy in that. But I've been in situations where I had to spend a lot of time around people that had like pretty severe diagnoses, and I found myself just coming up with all kinds of strategies to manage those people's emotions or to manage the way those people are behaving. And I always worry like those strategies in themselves could be like a form of label. Like if I really like the way that I'm treating them says something about what I think about them, and could cause them other harm because I'm not like a counselor. Like all of a sudden I'm just this guy that's like walking on eggshells treating this person in a weird way. Well, it's because,
but I mean, sometimes people need
in a weird way.
Sometimes people need like it depends how close you are and who you are in their life. Like if you're just some guy walking down the street calling someone a narcissist, it won't really affect them. Or sometimes people need like a jolt. I'm thinking of a friend of mine who she basically got hit on by someone over and over again, and she kept trying to tell him no, and then she had to just be really, really harsh. And like the person needed that. He needed that jarring awakening. Like you can be super careful of their identity and how they see themselves to an extent, but then also sometimes they need that external push. I don't know.
It's a complicated aspect of the human problem.
It's decider stuff.
Yeah, I think more universally what I first started saying, it's like someone can find themselves in a situation where every person, they go around to every person and everyone is like making the same suggestion to them, which is really bad. I guess then they'll start, that's what they'll start thinking. Like, you know, if you're like someone like me, then like I'm selfish. And then it's just like, and then it could just end up in a spot where everyone else, like I can't trust anyone. And then I get more and more selfish. And then it's because everyone's telling me the same thing, which is
the same narrative.
actually
Yeah.
not true.
That's one of the things I'm seeing is dangerous as well about typology, is if like you get typed and you're told who you are, and then you box yourself into that. You're like, you get that as a vision. So like, because we're all DI, right? We're all like, oh, we're selfish. That's what Dave and Chan say. So we must all be selfish, and we're taking that in on our identity. But DI, we're not. Like that's just a bad label. That's just a bad way to perceive what DI is. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not just them. Like people really do like, because I'm like DI, like introverted all the way. So people really do just like, that's their strategy, is to deal with me. It's just like, oh, maybe you're just selfish. Maybe you just need to realize how selfish you are. And in a way, yeah, but like,
yeah. Again, I can only see them dealing with you for their own peace of mind, not for you. They're not doing it for you.
Yeah,
they're doing it to dismiss you so they don't have to process you.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
I've never thought about
I'm just laughing because your way of coming across doesn't seem selfish to me at all. Like you don't seem to have a selfish way of presenting yourself. So I'm kind of perplexed that you would be bombarded by that label.
No, it used to be a problem in my friend groups. I would process. Bateman's gotten this too from me. I would just process myself completely with no regard for whether the other person wants to be processing my deep inner worlds or not. Just start doing it as long as I can tell that I'm not causing like an actual problem. Like it's not like I shouldn't say completely no regard. I'm obviously, but it's like as long as I get a sense that it's like it's fine, then I just get so caught up in it. Like it becomes a problem when there was a period in my life where I felt very betrayed. I was deeply distrusting other people. So I would sleep process, and then if they didn't sleep process back, I would stop trusting them, because I would be like, I'm being vulnerable. This is who I really being vulnerable. I guess I wasn't fully being vulnerable but I thought I was being vulnerable. And I'm like, look, I'm being trustworthy and vulnerable. And then people won't sleep process back. And then I'm like, how can I trust you when like you won't reciprocate? Like it was that was a bad hole, but you know, needed to go through that. So that would say that was the point in my life where I was getting to like, you're being selfish.
The other thing that can happen along those lines that's really obnoxious is a group of people all meet together and talk about you without you there, and then they all know what's going on with you, and then it all comes back to you from like a bunch of different people who have all talked to one another. I had that at a workplace one time where I was quitting, and people had talked and like collectively decided that I couldn't handle the job, and there was like a totally different reason why I was quitting. And I just kept hearing from people like almost word for word the same reason why they thought I was quitting. And I was like, these people have all got together and talked about me. This is the only way this has happened.
Yeah. The thing is, like, if you're not approachable on, like, you could be approachable in many different areas, but if you're not approachable on that area, then that's the reason they will talk to each other, because they don't feel like they can talk to you. And it's not, maybe you are approachable in that area. They just don't feel that you are. And so,
Dude, I'm
like,
getting free therapy.
no,
I didn't know I didn't know this is where we're going. All right, let's
no,
go.
I'm talking about
What do you
I'm
got
talking
for me?
about that about myself too. Is like, it's like, okay, yeah. Anytime you notice that people have been talking about you behind your back like that, it's like, okay, why couldn't they say it to my face? What did I do? How can I be more approachable? Because it's like they're obviously going to come to a wrong conclusion about you if they do that too. But, yeah.
Maybe in the work environment though, that doesn't apply as much because people can just talk about you behind your back at work, regardless of the way you are.
But like, what's
yeah,
the subject, and why would they be talking about you? Why would they bring you up? Because like, it's only because they can't bring you up to your face. It's only because they can't
Right, I
talk
see.
about. Yeah.
Well, also, and I wasn't open about the reasons why I was quitting that job.
There you go.
But I mean, people will in a workplace, people will confabulate together. Like if there's no answer to a question, they need to fill that gap, and they'll come up with something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in order to dismiss. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It goes back to that too.
So, Claire, is that still happening, or like, do you feel better about that situation now? Is that resolved?
Oh, I feel a lot better. Yeah. Yeah. I'm starting to realize like an OPS, I would give credit to OPS for helping me with that. To start seeing there's like people who are sleep lost, for example. So it's like
To start seeing the tribe better.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost like I'm not even too concerned about like how true it is. It's just the fact that it's all has everyone's personality organized out into all these different experiences of personality so that I can see
Just the
that
fact that
like
there is a spectrum, and you can organize
yeah.
the spectrum in a way shows you that, you know, people are different than you. Yeah.
Yeah, which helps me with the like, okay, so this person's like that on the spectrum, and now I don't have to start seeing everyone as like a narcissist. Now I can actually separate like the antisocial people as like an actual separate factor from just me having a difference of personality
Yeah.
clash. And I've also realized I guess it like just a lot of like my life is just a lot more figured out, so like I don't find that I'm just kind of like going around looking for someone to sleep process with all the time, which is because I really had to figure that.
Yeah, it's burdensome because like you're putting the burden of your life onto them. Yeah.
I would sleep process on my friend or something rather than in my journal. That was like the ongoing like thing I had to keep catching myself doing.
What do you say, Jared?
I say, what do I say? I just think that as a species, we're like driven by narrative, and it's like if like the labels and the narcissist, the stuff that's being projected, it's like that's like a narrative that takes hold, then people can only see that and believe that. And I think that's how we evolved as a species. It's like a tribe has a narrative, so you're a group that has a cohesive meaning so that the tribe can go forward and survive. So I just think that it's part of the architecture of humanity. And I just think in the modern era it gets fragmented because of all the social media and all that kind of stuff. It just is fragmented, and you don't have as strong as a tribal things. So if you look at people in the military, they have like extremely strong bonds because they have like a small tribe, and they can go through all the hardships very easily. In our modern era, we're sort of isolated and left alone, and that's how we sort of are being broken, or whatever you want to call it.
I wonder. Here's a hypothetical question: do you ever actually totally know that somebody's a narcissist? Because what if you had a person who was in every way a narcissist for their entire life, but then you found out years later that there was like some secret mystical like weird reason behind all of it, and they were actually doing something completely selfless the entire time that nobody could know about except for them.
Yeah, that happens. Hmm.
Would you say it was a misdiagnosis from the start?
Wait,
I think
that doesn't make sense though.
yeah.
Like,
If
okay, so
someone has been labeled as a narcissist, there's got to be some actions they're doing that would
yeah,
warranting you that thing. So,
but could a person be like selfish in every way on the surface, but there's
Yeah,
like
no, I've heard
some
stories about people like
underlying
that.
selfless motive like somewhere?
Yeah, I've heard stories about people like that. That's how they are during their life, and then when they die, they then people realize, oh, that's why they were like that. So, story of this guy who was to people's faces, he wasn't giving any charity. He was really stingy. He was always counting his money, and everyone thought he was like this stingy guy. But then when he died, like all these people that were getting envelopes stopped getting their envelopes, and all like he ended up being like one of the most generous people in the world. It's just to people's. He didn't want people to know about it. Yeah, what he was doing.
I think isn't that a term? Like there's a certain narcissist that does that where they like will do philanthropy things to.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's the status they're going for, though.
The status. So this guy was doing it not for status. It was the opposite of a narcissist. He was doing it behind the scenes for not for status, and then his status was going down as not being philanthropist. You know what I mean?
So that's but I know that
The anonymous donor.
getting a kick out of
Anonymous donors, yeah, stuff like that.
or something.
Yeah.
So he is like, but then he's not really a narcissist. He was being typecast like that though, because
Right. Yeah. I think in general, that's what labels are, or categorize. When you're categorizing people like that, you're sticking them into like, there's no such thing as a narcissist. Like that's not a thing. Everybody's an individual. Like, and you're throwing somebody into that category only to be able, so that you don't have to dig deeper into their cognition and see what the real causes of things are. It's like, oh, let's just label them a narcissist and that explains everything. It's like a very dismissive way of treating people.
What do you think about this? Okay, like to label somebody is like a shortcut. Like
yeah, it's a shortcut. Yeah.
In your mind, like we're evolved to like be with a tribe that's like 150 to 300 people. Right?
Exactly. Yeah, you can't process everybody to their core. You just
in the modern world, like I just write that person off as a narcissist.
There you go.
Move on, so I can have enough brain power to get through my day or whatever.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I can't
Soren
process
Kierkegaard
every single
said
person
that.
in the world.
Soren
What's that?
Kierkegaard said that. Soren Kierkegaard said that to label me is to negate me.
Right.
I think he was writing a long time ago. So.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, what are you going to do? Process every single person in the world down to their core? This is
you have
not going to happen.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah. All right, Claire. Good luck.
Maybe not everyone, but
You'll do good. You'll do good.
Thanks.
I mean, even to some degree, this typology stuff is doing that. It's like, okay, let's label them so that we can categorize them and not have to process them further.
Yep.
There's a difference, though, I think.
You think there's a difference? It sounds the same to me.
Exactly what the technology's doing. Yeah.
In a psychiatrist is writing off someone, but they're going deep into it because there's a significant enough problem for them to figure it out, and then so now we have someone who's diagnosed as narcissist because there's this whole set of problems, and now we have to come up with a strategy for this person to live and how to deal with them. In typology, it's more like it's not about you're not a problem. It's more like you're trying to reach into the unknown and pick out some kind of pattern. So you're doing something like more mystical. Like it's not exactly a science. Oh, it's not science only. You're Carl Jung's not exactly just like it's psychoanalysis. It's not like like your type is only there for you to find some kind of attunement with who you really are. Otherwise, the unknown would be more unknown.
Oh, it's like um the type science is like they're trying to give out prescriptions. That's what they said. And it's like no, it's more of a discovery process. Yeah, I agree with the discovery process, but at the same time, there's also another side of it that's also diagnosis and prescriptions. This is like
It's fascinating to see that people aren't all thinking the same about things. Like that's part of what's cool about typology is I think a lot of us see ourselves in other people, and then you realize other people have different goals, different motivators, and different fears, and different things going on, and that's really fascinating.
Yeah, when it helps with empathy, it's a good tool for sure. It's just like the advice stuff is kind of weird. Like,
yeah,
like so I had a tragedy, like a personal tragedy recently, and so I talked to Shan about it, and then she's like, "Oh, make sure you're processing with other people and crying with other people." I'm like, okay, thanks, Shan. All right. It's like I appreciate I appreciate the love and the gesture and all that stuff, but the TE advice is just like it's like standard typology advice. Great, thanks.
it's like wait, I thought we are having a conversation.
Like,
Yeah,
okay, but like I get it. Like Shan has so many people to talk to, and you know if she can just like make shortcuts by being like, oh, you have Effie at the bottom, so I'll give you this like
right.
standard Effie advice. Yeah,
Drink your 8
I've gotten that
ounces of water.
advice. So
yeah, right.
Yep. Hmm. Yeah, maybe that was well. I was trying to think about. Sorry, I gotta be more clear here. Like the thing with the problem I've had with religion, or not like religion, but the the instructional advice that it would give you is that like it'd only be like a small part of it, and then I myself would have to go figure out the rest of what I'm supposed to do. And it's always been that, or like they're not telling me exactly what I'm supposed to do. Now it could be like generally in the right direction, but I'm always having to figure it out for myself, and so it's like it's hard to like
Why is that
trust.
bad? I mean, that would be great. What you don't like to figure out things on yourself? What are you not a TI, David?
No, I wish it was the other way around. Like I wish.
I have a completely different experience with religion. Like it's down to the core, the exact detail specifics of everything you're supposed to do in every given moment at every single like
No,
in
it's
all of the nuances, in all of like it's just completely fleshed out. That's my experience with religion. Completely different.
I see it. Yeah, I don't see it that. I see it like it just tells you these like they're like the concepts are like too high up to reach. Where it's like I don't like knowing religion doesn't help me like know how to brush my teeth the right way or drive a car.
Like
the
it
right
goes
way.
down. Like so, my experience it goes down to which shoelace do you tie first. You're supposed to tie your right shoe. You're supposed to tie your left. You put your right shoe on first, but tie your left shoelace first.
You're Jewish, Binyam? No?
Yeah, right. So like that's the level it goes down to.
Wow.
But how is that right? Why can't you do it the other way?
You can, but like if you want like practical, like this is how you do things. That's like it's like that's the level it goes to.
You have to be ready for the Messiah.
Yeah, right. It's
You might have to
this.
run, and your right foot should be better prepared. But yeah,
No, because the right symbolizes chesed, and then the left is the one you bind first. Like there's kabbalistic reasons behind it or whatever, but like they go down to that level, anyways.
People come to religion looking to be reparented. You see a lot of people looking for structure and looking for a set of rules and a way of living that's going to kind of parent them into feeling a certain way about themselves and what they're doing. And then there's something called the second half of life. No, yeah, the second half of life. I'm trying to think of the author, and I can't. He did a good book on the Enneagram too, and it would be relevant, but I can't think of it. where you start to question all of those things, and you can kind of it kind of breaks down. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
too easy for me to. It's too easy for me to like question it. Right?
Mhm.
It's just like
Yeah, I also
I
have a
don't.
different experience. Questioning it is what you're supposed to do. Like you're supposed to question it. You're supposed to,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I envy that about the Jewish religion. Some of us came from Christian denominations where you're supposed to check your brain and your questions at the door when you go in the sanctuary, and just listen to whatever's being said and absorb it. So yeah, you've got some
yeah,
good things
completely
there.
opposite. Yeah, completely opposite upbringing in this.
Right. Right. Yeah. I don't know. I wish I could just describe the stance I'm taking. I'm not quite sure exactly what it is.
That's good. I like that. Yeah, keep questioning. I would say keep questioning. Questions are good.
Questions are good. Yeah.
If you
I
find
think
an yeah,
I asked
don't
like yeah. Like I'm just trying to like remember my middle school experience or just growing up, like just like walking away from the sermons and then like asking myself like how does this help me throughout my week at school or in my like I just didn't I understood it, but like I didn't know how to like it's this like I didn't know how do I do the reality thing after that? I was unsure.
That's why you're supposed to have an application section on the end of the sermon, so that people
Right.
feel like they know what they're
Like
supposed
yeah,
to do.
this sermon like
It's
I'm walking away.
dangerous though, because you're telling people what to do. Like there's a
Yeah.
subjectivity to it where it should be like what Binyamin is doing, and like you question it and you come up with your own application to some extent, because everybody's situation's a little bit different. It's dangerous telling people what to do. Kind of back to what Shan telling you how to process through your
That's what I'm
difficulty, and
saying. I'm walking away from the
it
sermon
wasn't
with like
dangerous for
that.
me. I was like,
Like yeah, like you get it, but it's like
like,
sure,
okay.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Told that to 1,000 people already. Nice.
I got in a lot of trouble as a kid at church for asking too many questions. And
Really?
I went through a stage where I thought that was not part of what I was supposed to do, is ask questions. I did my bachelor's level education at a very conservative Christian environment. And then when I finally went and did some master's level education, I was completely shocked, because all of a sudden I was celebrated for asking questions, and they loved hearing my questions, and I'd write papers where I questioned things, and it was just all of a sudden the best. Like
You know, you never get to any depth unless you question things. You just stay
I
on the
loved
very
studying
surface,
faith where I
shallow.
could
Yeah.
question things and question the mainstream narratives and stuff. It was good.
Yeah.
But David, back to your question. I don't know how to make it more applicable.
Right.
I mean, if it's not applicable, then like, what are you listening to it for? To be honest, if you can't make it applicable, if there's no application to it, then what's the point of it, right?
It connects to other things. It connects to what everyone is always saying. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
David, you and I could have some good faith conversations, but like we would probably annoy all the viewers and just steer things way out of control from where we're trying to go with OPS stuff. But I'd be interested in hearing about your experience of Christianity and what's going on with that. But
yeah, go for it.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't
You
know.
want me to stay out of it? I'll like.
No,
Yeah.
you're more interesting.
You're too
You're
smart for
interesting too.
this, stay out of it. I'm joking.
I just wonder where David's going with all these things he's thinking, and I'm very curious if he's at a church that's telling people that they're broken, and that's why that's in his head.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it came from my church, but it's
You're questioning.
how does not yeah
We're questioning.
how do you question right? Yeah, how do you ask the right question?
That is a
like
talent, actually. That is a very big talent. How do you ask the right questions? That is practical. Yeah.
Well, my
like I'm gonna
experience
ask
is you
another
can
one
ask
question.
questions, but it's when you start asking questions that go against the narrative that's trying to be promoted, then all of a sudden that makes people really uncomfortable.
I mean, if there's flaws in the narrative, then definitely question it.
Yeah, but not all environments are open to that. You know,
Yeah.
not all faith environments are places that are comfortable going there. There's kind
Yeah.
of a wall, and maybe that's where it becomes unhealthy. I don't know, but there's kind of a wall there.
Yeah, I don't
You're not
know.
supposed to question this.
I'm gonna use a typology term here, so maybe this makes sense to you. It probably won't. But I see what we see with like the people that have an NI in their stack. They always talk about like they're always trying to go to God or like the Big Bang or black holes or spinning into some sort of like impossibility. And for me, like I don't have NI. I have NE. And so I'm doing the opposite thing of that, where I'm like I'm taking all the time in the world to just figure out what God is or figure out what's the absolute truth, or I'm just like it's gonna come to me whatever it is. I'm very very patiently waiting for it. And so it just feels like abrasive when someone asks me like, "What is it? Like, tell me what is it? What is it about?" I'm like, I have no clue, and I'm sure that I won't have a clue for a long time.
That
And
sounds right to
so,
me.
right, yeah,
That doesn't sound wrong. That sounds right.
yeah, just like how do
Yeah,
I?
I relate to that too. Like I believe I have any in my stack. You guys are all saying I'm a
I think
STJ or
so.
What are we
something like
looking at
that.
here?
Oh, what do we got there? I can't make that out.
It's too
What is
blurry. I think it says chapter on it.
I can't read that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, that's not a. This is the book I'm currently reading that sort of talks a lot about this kind of stuff.
Oh, nice. So you
Called
can weigh in. Yeah, weigh in.
the ape that the ape that understood the universe.
Right.
You guys heard of that one?
I've heard of it. I haven't read it.
Yeah, it's quite interesting talking about like our brain. Like this guy was saying that he thinks that religion, like our architecture of our brain is such, and then religions evolved to fill that void and to make up the structure of religion, and that's how they like the religions evolved to fill the
Yeah.
gap.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's labeling things and categorizing things to dismiss them. So like you would see thunder in the sky, you'd be like, "Oh, that's just Thor. I don't have to figure out what thunder is or electricity is or nothing like that."
Mhm.
So yeah, it's definitely a shortcut to move on with your life.
Well, it's just you're just saying it's just thunder. You're doing the
It's the
same
same
thing.
NI. Yeah, it's the same NI.
Yeah, it's the science background of it, but you don't know what that
Yeah.
is. It's lightning. It's light in the sky, or it's the sound it makes.
Right, but like finding an answer for it will let you move on. So like calling someone a narcissist or saying that's Thor is like the same thing in my mind.
Yeah, right.
Right.
But it is thunder. It's thunder because we all think it's thunder. You have the NE
Right.
there, right? It's what we all understand.
Right. But back
But
then
you're
what we all understood was not it's thunder. Back then what we all
right.
understood was
Yeah,
it's
right.
Thor.
In
Right.
history, it'd be different.
Right.
It's the gods.
That's right.
The
I
narrative.
struggle a lot, and I consider this NE, but you guys could tell me I'm out to lunch if this is
No,
anything.
I think you're right about any.
I
Yeah.
struggle a lot where I in leadership in religious leadership, I encounter a lot of people who have kind of black and white thinking or very concrete thinking, and they'll come to me and they want to know like, what is your opinion on this? And if I say it the wrong way, it's going to go out everywhere. Like Craig's opinion on this is this, and what I would rather do is be like, well, here are several opinions I've encountered on this theological question, and here's what I think the pros and cons are of these different things. And I'm actually not a person who's really interested in believing things or taking an opinion on things unless I really strongly do believe. Like there's a few things I strongly believe, and I'll take an opinion on those. But like I want to hold out and be like, here's some possibilities. Like here's um here's the various ways that you can take that idea. Here's the various stances that people can take, and what I think's good about them and what I think's bad about them. And for a lot of the people that come to my context looking for for answers, that is like the most unacceptable way to answer them. They don't want to hear that. They want to hear like, this is what this person believes, and this is like the
Right.
concrete thing.
Yeah, they come to me. They're like, "Do you believe
Depends
in
on-
God?
yeah.
Yes or no?"
Mhm.
I might. We'll have to find out, but I can't give you a definite conclusion at this time. Like,
Or
did
tell
this,
them it
did this
depends
stuff
on the
happen in
day.
the Bible or not? Like,
It
maybe.
depends on the day.
Yeah, I just like the fear is like that I'm not going to give an acceptable answer. That they won't like me because I won't give them the answer.
Back to
So a
that,
lot
they
of
won't
times
like me.
I find myself like having to tell them what they want to hear. Like, it's like,
Yeah, I do too.
like, get off of me. Like I don't.
It becomes
Sure.
expansive where we have this system in which you're saved by faith. You're saved by believing the death and resurrection, and then it just starts expanding where people want you to and believe this and believe that and believe this and believe that, and they've got like this massive checklist of things that they want you to like conform to, like their massive checklist, and you're either in and you're out. It's really annoying.
Yeah, I went to one. My church was non-denomination. I think I'm saying
Yep.
that right. So it didn't really make you do any like physical things like.
So that's the opposite of what you wanted, though. You wanted the structure. You didn't want this.
No, because then that'd be weird.
Oh.
It's not. It's sorry. Oh, I gotta process before I speak.
So yeah, the true meaning of non-denominational would be that like any religion would feel comfortable there. It's not like set as one particular thing. You could have things from all kinds of different traditions. It's never that. It means non-denominational Christian, which means that in theory any type of Christian should feel comfortable there.
Yeah.
Which what it really ends up meaning is that they're kind of Baptists.
Sure.
But
Right.
I'm glad you laughed at that because that it is really, really funny, but that's kind of what it is. So
Yeah, I think like outside of it, I see everything as like a more of a community, like another place that has drama in it, something like that. Like it doesn't, it could be in the ops community, or it could be in the MBTI one, or it could be in the Christianity, or over here, or over there. A lot of it, I'm like, yeah, there's this. You can understand these deeper things, or whatever the truth is of this universe. But honestly, it's what Jared always talks about. Like we're trying to be in a pack of 150 to 300 people, right? Now each religion is like usually saying something similar. But like, how do you what group are you a part of, and how does your mind operate according to that group? So yeah, I find it weird that people are always like fighting and like, super against each other, against these bigger questions. Like I don't know the answer.
No,
I think there's certain. I don't know if it breaks down on the OPS somewhere, but I think there's certain personalities that kind of view the world as political, or like a football game where you just have to pick a side and root for it, and no matter what, that's what side you're on. And they just look for people to be like them.
Yeah.
Regardless, that's how we structure ourselves into groups, into communities.
That's how everybody is.
That's how humanity is, and that's for like you can't survive on your own, right? We're in a globalist, we're in a globalist structure today, where it's like, okay, yeah, communities are dying out, and we're going to have a big crisis of meaning because of it, and everyone's going to feel alone because of it, and we're going to get mental illness because we're not geared for this kind of thing, right? We're geared for this tribalism and for these groups. The question is, how do you keep these groups with low drama healthy, where they don't fight each other, where they grow positively, like how do you have healthy groups, not just get rid of groups because they're unhealthy?
Yeah, I think you need the groups. Yeah, but like some people will leave the groups
because they're not healthy. Because they're not healthy, exactly. Yeah. So how do you make the groups healthy? That's really the question.
Evolve. Maybe in 1,000 years. 1,000 years, maybe.
I mean, so far we're pretty healthy here. We're a good group.
We're doing good.
Yeah, why not?
We had our disagreements, but I don't feel any shots fired.
All right, Claire, you're out of the group. Get out. You're No, what'd you do? Oh, it was David did that. All right.
Yeah.
I was looking for the self-destruct button, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
yeah, I just think we're like our modern, like we're our modern technology and everything, and the life and the globalization, the structure has gone further than our evolution. Like I think it takes longer for the
Yes.
evolution to take effect.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I see that in a big way. And I'm going to shut up because I'm dominating.
No,
Go
you're
ahead,
right.
Dave.
No, you can talk. I was
Not
actually talking to
dominating.
someone about this morning. It's like we evolve based on our environment, and technology has created a different environment, and so
And
now we're
and there's
evolving
less
based on this new
selection.
environment. That's why all the NTPs are getting rich.
And
David.
there's less selection
Creme,
too.
Creme's getting rich.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry,
here's a
Jared.
fear based on that.
J-
I'm pretty afraid that we are living in a time where people are only unusually nice to one another compared to previous times in human history because we have such an excess of stuff right now. And when we lose the excess of stuff, if something screwed up happens, we're going to go right back to like oppressing the heck out of people and just being complete jerks towards one
Yeah,
another.
there's no like COVID. There's no like world war. There's nothing like that's like getting our adrenaline super pumped. So we're not.
But we also have our
Calling me
needs
out,
met. Like
calling me
there's so
out.
much food and stuff, you know?
Yeah, look,
Like
they're
there's
in the chat. They're being assholes in the chat.
I don't know.
I don't know what the culture is like over there, and that could
Yeah, like,
definitely be there.
it could be different
I know the
places,
culture here, though. The culture here is whenever things get hard, it's the opposite that happens. People end up being nicer. Like people here are just complete assholes when there's excess, but as soon as like something
Oh.
bad happens, that's when we actually group together and be nice to each other. You know?
Well, that's comforting.
Yeah.
That's a good way of thinking about it. That's the opposite of how I think about it. Where
That
are you?
That happened
Israel.
9/11.
Israel. You're kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
Oh yeah.
That happened in 9/11 too. Yeah.
Right after 9/11,
Right.
remember everyone's flying their flags and
Right, but then you also had like the tribalism too, and it's like, okay, he's one of them. Let's get him. You know,
Us versus them.
People.
Oh, it's
us
always
versus
that.
them. Yeah, yeah.
Where, just for context, where are you guys all? I'm in Canada.
Canada.
I'm in the States. I'm in Indiana.
Utah and the
Jared's in Utah. I remember that. Okay. Well, that helps a
Claire
little
is
bit. having
Claire is in
Canada.
the West Coast. You're Alberta, right, Claire? No. Oh no, you're. Why did I think that?
Alberta's in the middle of the country almost. Well, it is kind of the
No.
West Coast. Okay, I'll give you that.
Where? So where are you then, Claire?
Ontario.
Ontario. Okay.
Yeah.
You too, Craig?
Yeah. Southwestern
I'm from.
Ontario.
Yeah, I'm from there too originally.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Mississauga.
You're
That's where I was
such an
from.
asshole. They
Right.
kicked you out of Canada. Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's what happened. I was just an asshole and I got kicked.
Yeah. Believable. Just kidding.
Yeah. No.
I'm also Mississauga.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Oh, I didn't know that.
or no,
All right.
technically.
Why did I think you were Alberta?
I don't know.
All right.
Mhm.
I'm in a small town in Oxford County near London.
Oh,
I got to run for a minute.
All right.
but-
I could enter in a topic here.
Sure.
I feel like with what I like to talk about like skill and like your kind of like your implicit like your unconscious like skill that you have at certain things. So like I feel like here's a random example. I'll use this later a little bit. But like when I had to do like presentations in school, I never like would write down everything. Like you have people that read off the note cards and stuff like that. Like I can never like have to force myself to read off a note card or off a script. I would just like write down like a few words, and I would understand and just generally talk about those words until I got to like the end. But usually I'd add it like that was the harder part. I don't know where the end is. I just kind of like keep throwing things out until something sticks.
Kind of the
and
way
so,
you
like,
talk.
Yeah, like the circular. Yeah, how I talk. I've been talking like this for my entire life, or really
Right.
just until like recently. Not like probably like 6 or 7 years ago. But anyways, like this it's like this skill of it where I'm like I got to the point where I've heard myself talking enough to like, oh, I can't like yes, I can kind of move out of this or move into a different one, but this is what my unconscious like wants and does, and this is how it works. Like abstractly, this is how it works. Like I understand it. I'm gonna be tying this to a few other things here, of like you'll notice that like you'll get like you can like you start a skill, and the beginning of that skill is really really hard because you're seeing how much you kind of suck at that thing, and then you get really good at it. You keep getting better and better and better. Like let's say you're looking at beetles, you start seeing more and more beetles. Like okay, good, I saw 1,000 beetles. That's so many beetles, and there's like wait, you're missing 34,000 more of the other species, and so like you'll hit some point where you hit some sort of plateau.
Yeah.
In that way.
Yeah, it's
And I see-
asymptotic. Skill is asymptotic. You see the
what?
progress at the beginning. You have a lot of progress at the beginning, and then like once you get into the mastery levels, like you just no progress for long periods of time because it's asymptotic. Like you are progressing, but not as much as you were at the beginning.
Right.
Same thing if you're learning guitar, like you learn your first chord and you get your chord transition and all that kind of stuff. Like you learn really fast at the beginning. You can see your progress, but then yeah, asymptotic like that.
Yeah, that's
Anyway.
exactly like how I was envisioning it. And so I do a few things in my life where like I've seen this, and so I play a video game, and that video game is like I see myself like I'm at that point where I'm not really getting, for the past like year or two I haven't really gotten better at it. I play the piano, and so I've been doing that for a period of time, and I'm like yes, I'm getting better at it, but I'm not like getting like I can't like I would have to really consciously put an effort to really get to that next level. But the things that I'm interested in, they just the skill ceiling for these things are like unbelievably high. Like to be the best and to be the master and the pro, they're so high up there. And like I get to a really high point, but like I just can't. I see other people in the same arenas that are doing the same thing, but like they're just way higher. And like I'm just like, how did they? What's the?
They stuck with it.
missing?
Yeah, they
What am
stuck
I
with it.
missing?
Sometimes they have natural talent too, but yeah, most of the time they just stick with it.
Yeah. Right.
So
And
what
so
do you
like I was
put-
processing kind of this sort of thing with here, sorry, I was like, so about the video game and about like the piano playing or like the Beatles or whatever, like they've already discovered a lot of these Beatles, and there's still a lot more of those Beatles. Or in the video game I play, it has the same mechanics in the game. So like the game hasn't changed since it came out in 2015, so it's been 9 years, but still like the how the game is played, the tactics and the strategies and the game plan, they're still evolving. They're still getting better and better and better as time goes on. And it's like it's crazy. Like they're still discovering new things like in 2019 and 2020 about the game, even though nothing, the gameplay hasn't changed. It's just
What game are you talking about?
Are you playing Minecraft?
I'm talking about car soccer. I'm talking about a game.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
No, that
Don't
game.
be
Yeah,
jealous.
yeah, I could stream it if you
Jealous.
want. I was kind of playing it. I don't-
You're just obsessed with
I'll
it. You can't
distract
stop
you.
thinking of it.
I know it's like that one game I play, but
Yeah.
it's like what I've noticed in the game, and like I'm trying to connect this to other things I'm seeing is like I started playing the game since it came out, but since like there's these new mechanics and new things that got discovered in like 2020 or whatever, it got to the point where I'm like people that started learning the game learned way faster than I did because people had YouTube tutorials, people had they had structure, they had ways to get better at this thing that I just didn't have. I didn't have those ever, right? And so like how is this happening elsewhere? How is this happening in like other skills like learning the guitar, like
Typing.
watching nature or playing Beatles or playing the piano, or like okay, now let's bring it back to typing. It's like typing is that thing where like we're like just at the starting of it. Like we're just at the start of it, that like people are going to be able to learn typing like really 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 fast, like in like 20 years. I don't know when, but some later point. Like I don't want to put so much pressure on myself to learn it, even though I have. It's gonna be so much. I'm like jealous. I'm jealous because I'm seeing this own pattern. Like it's gonna be so much easier for people to learn this typing stuff, like in the future. Like my kind of like that graph there is like it's like 6 years. It's like 6 years for me. Like it takes me like about 6 years to get good at something, and then like I stop at this point, and then I'm done. And I've seen that in a couple categories. And for typing, I'm like 3 years into it, so I got like a few more years to still get good at this thing, and then I'll be stuck at some point. Like I'm like just joining the CRG groups. So like here's my next level up. Here's my next conscious. I'm trying to get better at it in some sort of way. But then I'll be gone. I'll be like, okay, I got this thing. It's good. Put my
No, you're staying. You're staying because you'll have friends. It'll be a community.
All right, I hope so. I hope so. That is what keeps me. That is what keeps me.
That is what
Like,
keeps you. We'll
but
rope you
'cause then
in.
I'm
We
trying
got
to
you
like
trapped.
show the other people like, hey, I've done this pathway, I've done this train, I've done this time. I could bring you along now. I can take you along. But I'm saying I'm done with the learning part. I've done my consume or whatever. Like I get to the
Yeah.
blasting part afterwards. And so yeah, like I'm like halfway there now. Like I'm like halfway there. So I'm in between still learning this thing and then wanting to try to teach people and tell people about it. Like I'm just starting to do that, but yeah, just like it's like this it's just like this. It's an unconscious thing. That's like I'm trying to like make it more conscious as time goes on, and then make it less make it less conscious. This is too abstract. I understand. It's very
No,
abstract.
okay. So you met Prem today. So I was having conversations with Prem in the past. He processes the same kind of things. It's really interesting. You're the same quadra.
I know.
But,
I know.
like, it's like he's processing what he was processing with me one day was how to get up, how to get motivated to get out of bed in the morning, and he wanted to solve that puzzle. How to get
Yeah, right.
I'm like,
yeah, right.
so he's lying in bed trying to solve the puzzle on how to get out of bed for all time.
Yeah, right.
And I'm like, dude, just get out of bed.
No, you got a puzzle,
Just
man.
don't solve the puzzle for all time. Just get out of bed.
But then,
Yeah.
like, that would mean the puzzle was solved. You know? That means,
Right.
you know,
But he's like, yeah, okay, I could do that today, but like then tomorrow I would struggle with it. I want to solve it
Right.
for all time, so I never
I know.
struggle with it again.
He
Yeah.
just gets a bladder reduction surgery and he'll be good.
Right. You have to get up to pee. Yeah.
mhm.
No, but it was like more of
what-
like a motivation, like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's. I heard Dr. K talk about what I'm talking about, and he talks
Okay.
about it like what the mastery level people are doing. They're really doing something that's very easy to them. It's like we want to get to the point where getting out of bed is just like an easy.
easy.
You just
That's
get
right.
out of bed. So like the
Yeah.
puzzle is like, what is the game I'm gonna have to play for the next 6 to 8, 10 years to beat that? So then I get to the point where I just know unconsciously I can just get out of bed. Like if I were to stream my video game, you'd see me doing these like really smooth movements that I've put years and years and years of time into.
But they're easy for you now. Yeah.
But now they're just so easy. But like people be like, "Whoa, how are you doing? That looks so smooth." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I do it. I just do it, right?" So getting out of bed would be the same thing. Or people playing the piano, I talk about that. Where it's like you don't think about every note you're playing, but learning the song you did think about every single note at some point. But now it's in your unconscious. Now you can just play the piece, and it's really good because you don't have to. So yeah, I feel like that's what all NTPs are. The TINEs figuring that out. Just how do you learn the skills, and then how do you like when do you stop learning? Yeah, I don't know. Does that make, when do you stop learning? Is that right? I never heard that before. When do you stop learning?
When you're dead.
When you're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think aren't you still learning always until you're 40? That's what the Carl Jung quote. You're just learning until you never stop.
Always
I don't think
learning.
you ever
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah, you never stop.
Right.
Even when you're old.
If you stop,
Yeah.
that's like when you stop updating, that's when the tidal waves come. That's when like you get forced to learn. That's when you get forced to update.
Forced to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
You want to be ahead of the wave at all times. You want to surf the wave. You don't want to have the wave,
Yeah, just be accepting of the wave when it comes and hits you.
Right.
Right.
David, you're already the younger generation that's learning type easier.
How old are you, Claire? Oh yeah, you're in your 30s, right?
No, I'm turning 29.
Yeah, no, I agree.
You're
I agree.
also a younger generation. You're not that different. You're like
Yeah,
8 years different.
He's in the different. He's like one age gap ahead of me.
No,
Right.
but the past 8 years is a really big difference. Like 8 years ago, like
Yeah.
I had like Michael Pierce videos. That's it.
Right.
That's like all I just watched Michael Pierce videos. That's
I know it's
and
like, oh, I got these guys, I got these guys, I got these guys. And then
Yeah,
like,
now you got
David
Benjamin,
Chan-
man.
David Chan talked about all these other people. So I got those guys too. But then now it's like too much pressure. It's like now you got to compare yourself to some other person's life. It's
No,
like,
you
no,
have to
that's
just
not-
let it work into your brain. You got to do
let the
hard work.
caterpillar let the bug eat.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what. See the top of that curve. That's the cocoon, and the whatever, and then after that, that's the butterfly.
I got it.
I'm joking. I'm just applying it to everything.
That's
No,
when
it
the
is- it
alien
is-
comes out of your chest too. That's the next step.
Yeah. Yeah, like you ever like talking to like the even younger people than you, David, and they're just like sending you memes and stuff, and I'm like, where did all this stuff come from? There's just so much content. It's like I'm like, no, you just got to do it like the hard way. You got to just like learn the theory like the hard way, and then just think about it and like talk about it with
I
your
mean, to
friends.
some degree, it's nice that ChatGPT is coming out now with all of this content. It can like narrow it down for you, and like, because imagine going through all of the content to figure one thing out these days, like without that. Because like, as I'm not the oldest person here, but like going through history yourself and learning things over time, it's like it takes time to learn all that stuff. It takes time to go through all that stuff. And then like today, no one's going to go look at it. No one's going to care about, feudal Japan or anything like that. Like no one's going to look at that. So like to be able to concise it all into one, because information's only getting more and more. Like think about the YouTube videos that are around now. There's like, you want to watch all of YouTube? Good luck. You don't have enough. There's,
Right. YouTube's not going anywhere.
There's no Renaissance men around anymore. Is that what you're saying?
Well, because like there's just so much content, and like good luck filtering through and finding the good stuff. And yeah, so like AI is definitely going to help that, I think.
Yeah. What do you think about the future though? Like in ancient times they had books and would record stuff in clay tablets, books, and on graffiti or whatever. Like we're not gonna. It feels like all the digital stuff is not gonna leave a lasting footprint.
I mean, I could argue the opposite. If it hasn't been uploaded to a digital thing, no one knows it exists today.
In 10,000 years, when there's no electricity.
I mean, I'm not observer enough to go down that pathway. Sorry.
I'm thinking like.
I'm thinking in 10,000 years, things will get even more complicated and more electronic.
I think to like 2100, the 22nd century. That's like it's about as far NI I'll go.
It was nice meeting all you guys and chatting. I think I'm going to sign out.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Yeah, it's about time for me to leave too. So.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know. How far does your NI go out? Does it just go out until death?
So NI doesn't map everything. Like you said, that asymptote, that's enough. That's my NI. Like I have the asymptote. That's the NI.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm saying like I have an SI. I'm like,
you have the SI, so you have to map every little point on it. We don't have, yeah. So as long as we have the whole trend, that's the NI. That the trend is there.
Right. Like I don't know with the skill thing. If I were trying to like conclude that, or I need some help concluding it from your guys.
So like if you ask me on any trend, go 10,000 years in the future, sure, no problem. I'll tell you what it's like 10,000 years. Go like to the Big Bang, no problem. I've got the whole trend. Like I don't have any specific details, but I can render that detail from the NI.
Okay, I got you.
Right.
So like, what's the trend? Like Claire is like saying like I'm part of the younger generation learning the typing stuff, but I still feel like I still feel there's still like 5 or 10 years still to go. Like,
well, think about it this way.
I agree.
Think about it this way. You are getting to this stuff at the same time as a lot of older people are getting to this stuff, right? Like you're getting into it. We're all like OPS is new, put it that way. So we're all getting to this at the same time. And so by the time you're my age, you're going to have such a different history than I have.
Right. But then like people that are when I'm your age, then people that are my age when I'm your age, like they're going to have a different, like it's going to like, cause like there's just going to be new. This is what I was trying to process this with your interview yesterday.
Okay.
Is that like people in the typing space, they come out with stuff, they do their channels, like we're on one right now, where they're expanding everything, expanding, and that's what I was trying to process with like the tutorials, the video game tutorials, and all like
We talked about that. Yeah, we talked about that off stream yesterday, actually. So that
like Shan's
So-
doing courses now. Like people are
So
gonna.
Austin was saying no, there were lots of great channels back then. There was lots of great information and all that kind of stuff. And I was saying, well, think about it this way: we were all just new. This was all just fresh and new. So everything seemed great because we were at those early stages where everything is like,
Right.
you know, right.
Yeah.
There's no one had any mastery. They were just copying whatever they sort of knew. So there weren't actually great channels to today's standards. There were great channels to those days' standards.
Right. And it's like I still feel like we're doing this, that we're still not at that point where we could like master and plateau. I still feel like we're getting there.
Yeah,
Right? AI doesn't have this all figured out yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
my
agree.
content was more localized. More just local to like I'm just seeing like the past 8 years a lot happened. Like whereas like it wasn't really happening before. Yeah. Even like before, like, yeah, what was going on?
There was like no
like,
channels. Yeah.
Even before, like for me, it's like Michael Pierce was like my access point, but then before that, then it was just you have to read.
You had to read books. Yeah, you had to read books.
Yeah.
Michael Pierce got his information from books. Jared was in bookstores.
Yeah.
Back in my day.
Back in your day.
Back in my day. Yeah. The back in my day story.
Now, when you get into it, you can join some Discord servers. You could have memes flying at you from all directions, and you just get like you just start picking up on like what's going on really fast.
Yeah.
And then you have
So
better explanations at all levels.
Yeah. I think what we're getting now more, well, what I'm getting at least, what I'm looking for more is the nuance. Because like getting these absurd, awkward patterns, like not everyone is an Austin. Not everyone fits perfectly into their type on like this extreme side, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like most people are more nuanced than that, and they're harder to type. And like that's really what the level I'm trying to get to is like, where's the nuance? Because like even when you're learning from Dave and Shan, they're only giving like the exaggerated, oh, we found a clip of this exaggerated, but no one is ever like that. Like those weird moments in this person's life where they completely show their type. Nobody does that. Yeah.
It does depend. I feel like if you get somebody revved up enough and then into like a crazy state.
Yeah. But like most of the time when you're just on the street, you don't know what someone's, if all you had were those examples, you wouldn't be able to type anybody.
Yeah. Right.
And so if you were able to really navigate the nuance, then you can definitely type people more reliably in, more basic situations. Some people are just obvious. Some people are very extreme versions of their type, but most people aren't.
Yeah. It's good. It's good to get the extremes.
Yeah.
Digital will pass humans.
Yeah, the baseline.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Getting someone off baseline. Yeah, like I had that experience a few days ago. I think it was on Saturday, where I was with my friend all day and we were weed whacking, and I was just with him. I was on his baseline. We were doing work, and then we're at dinner with our parents, and like he just completely went off into this observer freak out, and then it got everybody at the table freaked out. And what was like really cool is that like he was like my generation. And then his dad and my dad were a generation up, and then our grandparents were there. So I got an observer from each generation, and I got also a decider from each generation.
That's kind of cool. Yeah.
And like it was like this honestly not traumatized me, but I had to go and cry about this by myself because of how crazy it was. Because I was just like I was really shocked, and I was really seeing like how much like this is not like how much free will I didn't have. Like all the thoughts I had and everything I've tried to do and push for, it's like, wait a minute, like just the NF of it just like was completely off.
I like how you said that though, because free will is definitely a gradient, and so free will you didn't have. So like you're increasing your free will by seeing this kind of pattern.
Yeah, I'm walking home from that going like, okay, how do I like to double decide? I have to single observe, and I can't I can't not do double deciding. Or double observing. So like I was like trying to figure out how these guys are double deciding, and I was just like really like trying to like get to the highest intuition point I'm trying to say is that like how much that like people don't change, like even from like these generations, that like you're still an observer all the way up until you're 90 years old. You're still acting like the crazy, or you're a decider, you're still acting like a decider. Now
Yeah.
you may know it, that you may consciously know it. Like I can kind of see them consciously doing this, but the not free will. It's like the SI.
I just had that the
entrapment.
other day with my brother too. So my brother's like this FE dom. I had him type it as an FE dom, and like, he was playing like video games with his kids, and then they beat a level together. Then after they beat the level, he was like, "All right, everybody, now let's do high fives, everyone. We're all doing high fives." I'm like, "Oh my god, this is so
No.
embarrassing. Like,
Yeah,
how are you
right?
doing this? What is this Jubilee nonsense?"
I know. My fear is the SI entrapment. It's like just like you're it's like I don't want to box in the type. Like I feel like I'm getting boxed in. Like I don't want to be boxed in, but I'm trying to like communicate that I am boxed in.
So for me, my fear is being in Austin or being my brother in that moment, like being so embarrassed, like being so
It's
my
in the
type.
moment, right? Yeah.
It's like
So-
other people are more conscious than you. They're able to see your type and see your patterns and
Right.
just
Oh my
and
God.
laugh at you for being at that. It's like,
yeah, right.
but it's
Like,
like
yeah.
only people in OPS would be able to do that because everyone else is taking each other serious, right? So only
Right.
only
Yeah.
someone with not just OPS, but like in some kind of mental framework like this,
Lens. It's the
right?
lens.
With those
Yeah.
lenses, can actually catch people doing that weirdness. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And like I don't know. Okay, like that's really good. But like probably like even like one layer deeper. Of like my biggest fear was like it was a universal fear. And so when I was sitting there and like in the moment, it to me, this is a bit weird, but it to me felt like the universe has been practicing this and rehearsing this like millions and millions of times. Like that's
Right.
like I was just like, wait, this has been this is like the world's been like working on this thing for like, and it's just happening everywhere. It's just happening everywhere, and it's like, wait, we're just like in a practice. We're just like those. It's just the world is just rehearsing this. Like, yep, here we go. Observer versus decider, fight, and it's like, wait a minute, I'm like, wait, I'm on team decider. That's why I'm saying I'm on team decider. It's like, yeah, because it's just like the world is like trying to practice this thing that's happening.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, that's a bit any, but like that would be.
No,
like
you're right. You're good, and you're also
know.
still young, getting into this stuff. Like same thing. Once you get to my age, you're going to be less of a decider than me, right? You're going to be
Right.
better at double deciding than I am, right?
Right. And my grandpa, he was sitting next to me, and he's a decider, and so we're not getting freaked out by the conversation at all. We're just
Right.
like calmly watching it. And like he doesn't know anything about ops, but like I could like we did like one of the pss, 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 kind of
Yeah, exactly. You knew who
We're
you
just
got.
like,
Yeah.
what were we doing? We were just gossiping about the tribe. We were just trying to process the tribe ahead of us, not anything about what they were saying.
Yes,
or,
that's
like,
right. You're
the
processing the tribe.
No,
Yeah.
no, just the tribe. Just like that's what we're just. I'm like, this
Yeah.
is so fake, but I have to say this. I'm like, it just like feels fake. It just feels like.
So my dad's
God.
also an INTP, and one of his brothers is an observer, and his dad is an observer, and he just loses his shit every time they get into those observer traps. He's like, "You're an idiot! How can you say this? You're making people think things wrong." And I'm like, "Oh my god,
Yeah.
what the hell?"
Right. Yeah. And my cousin's grandma was at the table, and she's like an EJ, but and her husband is the observer, and she's the whole time she's like, no, stop trying to offend him. She's like putting her hands in his face, like trying to like stop him to say, but he's just like, your information's wrong, dumbass, and like and just keep going on that, and like just to actually be there and in that reality, and like also me, I'm like a part of it now, where I'm like, wait, I'm one of the nervous deciders here. I'm like playing my role as a decider, like. And I bet the observers are looking at me. They're going like, "Wait, how's he staying calm about this whole thing? How's he doing that?" I'm like,
But then
like,
when you get into the decider freak out, they'll be like, "Dude, what's your problem?"
right. I'm like, yeah. I don't know what it is. I try to guess it there. But yeah, I don't know. That's what I've been processing the past week. So it's if I
The
were,
labels and my identity, and then
labels. And you guys are all dumbasses. Like, can't you just see this? Come on, guys.
Right. What are we looking at here?
Is that me?
Not everything's about you.
No,
Yes, it is.
But yeah, but he's pretty bald.
I see a bald brother. I'm like, is that me?
It must be you.
It is. Okay, yeah, sorry, not
The
everything.
thing is, he drew this before he met you, so
Go process that, right?
Yeah.
Processing that for hours. Yeah.
What does that
You
say
getting
about
enough
me?
sleep, David?
All right, I gotta go do dev.
yeah, we're gonna
I'm
finish
gonna
this
end
off.
it,
It's been time is up. I gotta head to bed. Thanks, guys. Yeah, this was fun. See you next week if you guys want.
Blast a thumbs up. Thanks for coming.
Yep.